Good evening, everyone. This evening, we have two meetings, the CRA and the regular session meeting. We will have the CRA meeting first, and then we have the regular session meeting. And now I'm calling to order the meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Please be advised that we received an email from Vice Mayor Carr that he's not feeling well, and he's requesting to participate in the CRA and the special session meeting on Zoom. So I need a motion for that before we have a roll call.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Tarpon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Chair LaHousas?
Yes. Now we're going to have a roll call for the CRA meeting
Chair LaHousas?
here.
Vice Chair Carr?
Here.
Here.
Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Here.
The first item on the agenda tonight is the update on Forbes property. Staff report. Mr. Tresky, you want to start?
I'll be happy to, Mayor. As you know, over the last couple of months, we've been working with the proposed developer on this project, the Denami company. They're represented by an attorney by the name of Katie Cole. She's here in the audience tonight. We are very, very close to finalizing the document that we had started working on a couple of months ago. I have passed out that document so that you have it in front of you. This document is a lease option. This is the exact same form that we use for the CrossFit project that was sought for this same property a number of years ago. That was the starting point. Some of the information that you can see in that lease option is underlined. These were requests that were made by the proposed developer of the property. We've added those. Today I received a couple of other comments on the document from the attorney for the developer. Most of them are basically fairly minimal changes in the document. However, there are a couple of items that the city manager and I need your direction on, and I was hoping that we could possibly get that tonight. One of the bigger issues in the document is the purchase price of the property. You'll note that we have provided the lease purchase option reflecting a purchase price of no less than $20,000. The proposed developer is suggesting $2,500 for the property as the purchase price. I've handed you out some additional information that would hopefully help you with the value of the property so that you would have that in front of you. I printed out the property appraiser record on this particular property. And I've highlighted on the document that you can see the just market value. The just market value of the property is $289,170. We think that the $20,000 purchase price is more than adequate and that the $2,500 purchase price for the property is inadequate. So we need your direction on that. The other issue is with regard to a credit or waiver of building permit and inspection fees. As you know, this project will require building permits and other fees. The developer is asking for a $7,500 credit against those fees. We are not interested in waiving any of the fees that would go to the building department. And therefore, we have rejected any request to have the city waive or give a credit for any building permit fees. You will also note, though, that there is a impact fee credit based upon the use of the property before it was demolished. And in the document, it reflects approximately $58,000 in impact fee credits. Those will be given to the proposed developer. So this credit or waiver of $7,500 in building permit fees is in addition to that. That's the request they're asking. So that's the second item that the city manager and I need direction from you on. The other issues that were brought up today by the other attorney, again, I'd say are fairly minimal, and the city manager and I could probably resolve those without any direction. So what I'm asking for tonight, if you're interested in addressing those two issues tonight, is whether or not you support staff, city manager and city attorney's position on the purchase price, and whether or not you support our position on the waiver of the building permit fees. Or if you would like to make some changes to those two numbers, we'd like to know them so that we can finalize the document for your review and consideration at one of the upcoming commission meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. So the value of the property, as you stated, is $289,000. So they are offering only 2.5,
2,500.
2,500.
Yes, sir.
But we asking 20,000, which is an excellent deal. I think it is.
It's about 10% of the purchase price, 10% of the just market value, not the purchase price. So.
Yeah. I mean, we really want to have this property to be developed, but I'd like to hear from the applicant afterward. What's the logic behind it? Why are they asking the price to be only $2,500, and why they think they deserve to have $7,500 credit for the permits? Commissioner Tarpon?
You want to let the applicant speak first, Mayor, or go to board comments?
It's up to you.
Okay, I mean, I just say a couple things about the value. One is, for me, from the get-go on this piece, is it's less about the selling of the property for me as it is about the time frame in which it's constructed. And I think that that's kind of always been the thought behind the moves we've made with this piece and why we haven't just gone to the market to sell it for the just value. It's been more so about, the incentive that's created by making a deal with somebody on this property and restricting their timeframes in an effort to actually see this built and be what we believe is a catalyst for the downtown in terms of some redevelopment. So I guess my real question as it relates to that is, when we started this, with this applicant, or whether it's another applicant, was there a number that the city had in mind when we started this negotiation, Mr. Trask? Did we have a value, or?
So I don't have the answer to that question. Maybe the city manager would have some input on that. I know that when we first started discussing it, that we thought that $20,000 was an appropriate number. But as for, I was not here when the CrossFit project was coming, or the one before that. So I don't really know the answer to that question.
So I wasn't here for the CrossFit either, but I was for the applicant prior to that. And my thinking was that it was pretty much always a wash. City manager, do you have any insight on that?
Again, there's some differences in the negotiations, and there were differences in the price value then. Back then, when we were looking at it, I think the value was in the 100,000, 170, 180, something like that. So it was just a thought, the one tenth of the just value was just thought as a fair number to, and I know why we're going to do it, but that's just where we started off as a fair number we thought to do it with. But again, it was always a point from the beginning that we told the applicant, it's, a case where we're making our offer, you make theirs, and the commission is going to decide what their intent is and stuff. So that was from the beginning, probably always an offer that was going to come back to you as a board and decide, did you want to get at least a tenth of the value of it, or did you want to go do it for a price less? So, it pretty much in your ball game, we just thought in the negotiation realm, that's the best we could do on negotiation wise from our aspect, but it's your board's decision.
Sure. And then in our application, when we have requested proposals in the past, was there ever an outline in terms of cost of the property?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So I definitely want to hear what the rest of the board says and what the applicant has to say. But for me, we've come pretty far on this property, and I'd hate to, stumble over, in essence, what is not a great sum of money in comparison to what could be had if this project was built. So my understanding, Mr. Trask, is that based on what you just said, is that the impact fees that are associated with this, the previous building, are still being credited However, the applicant is asking for 7,500 towards additional fees in excess of what's being credited.
Yeah, the 58,000 is the impact fee credit that we're in agreement with, and it's a little bit more than that, but that's approximately number 58,000. But the additional $7,500 credit is being asked for building permit fees and inspection fees.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's all I have for now, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, the 1/10 price seems fair to me, but I'd be interested to know what the applicant's reasoning is behind that. So I'm looking forward to what they have to say. I mean, it's a big project, an important project. I don't want to get in a hostage situation over, 18 grand. But as far as the fees credit goes, I'd be less willing to budge on that just because, those fees don't exist because we're just jerks and we want the fee money. They exist because our building department's doing that work. So that's something that we're gonna have to eat if we give them. But again, I'm happy to listen to what their reasoning is behind that.
Commissioner Tikuris.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some comments. First, I just want to let everybody know out there that we received this just before the meeting, although we were aware that it was coming. And Mr. Trask, in fairness to him, he did provide us the memorandum from the developer. I think it was a meeting or 2 meetings ago. So it kind of set the stage for what we're going to receive this evening. And I'm happy that we're down to these just few items. I do have, with regard to, let me just give a little bit the way I think about this. This building came down in 2008, and there was some controversy at that time of whether it needed to come down or not, but nevertheless, it's come down. That was 13 years ago. So since then, I think there were 2 or 3 misses with other proposals that came forward that I believe were approved, but for whatever reason, the developer, the builder backed out of that. So I'm very, very interested in getting this done. I know Denami, the Mavromatis family are good developers. They're doing a lot of business in the city, so I don't have any issue with the reliability of the builder, and I'm pretty sure they're going to do what they say they're going to do. I'm confident in that. So I know at some point when we first got started on this, when I first came on the commission in March, shortly after that, when we started talking about this, there was a reminder, and I don't know whether it was from Ms. Vincent or maybe Ms. McNeese, with regard to the property being a few years ago, just a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, was valued at $50,000, and then it went up to $250,000. I think now the assessed value is $286,000. So it's come up very quickly, just like all the other real estate in the area, and that's not anyone's fault. It's just that's the way it is. But I'm not really inclined to pass that burden on to the developer. Because if we would have done this some time ago, we wouldn't have been missing out on all this money. And I did ask the city manager way back when we first got started on this as well, whether he was okay, because I think all the other times the property was offered for free. At least that was my understanding. Mr. LaCourse, is that correct, or am I wrong?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah, so it was offered for free, and now it was just with this proposal that we've started asking for something to be paid on this property, and I'm hoping that we'll hear from the builder or their representative as far as the basis of why not only has the value of the property gone up, but also construction cost and everything else along that line. So there's a lot of things that have changed that have moved up, but they've moved up together. So I'm not concerned too much about the price of the property, and just since we've been, I guess this was approved back in August or July, that's been 5 months now. We've delayed construction for 5 months, so that's 5 months worth of property taxes that we missed out as well from just this negotiation. Also, where we had thought it was going to be a simple negotiation, there's been quite a bit of time on Mr. Trask's part, on Ms. Katie Cole's part, the attorney for the developer. So those costs have been building up. They don't work for free. So all of that has to be taken into account. The waiver of the building permit fees, I'm a little uncomfortable with building permit fees per se, but there is this $58,000 credit on impact fees, and that's not all of the impact fees. That's based on the impact fees that were allotted for the building as it was built back prior to 2008. Is that right, Mr. Trask?
Those are the credits. That isn't the actual impact fees. So whatever the impact fees are, let's just say it's $100,000, they get $58,000 worth of credit.
Okay, so there's additional impact fees that are going to be paid?
We don't know what ultimately the project is going to look like. And so the answer is that we have to make sure that once it's approved, then we'll know what that is. But at this point, it's speculative. And the reason I say that is because of the fact that there's been a question as to the number of units, residential units, and there's also a question as to the size of the commercial end of the project. How many thousands of square feet is the commercial?
Okay, so my feeling is the best way, and I've dealt with this in the past, there was always a blink whenever it comes to building permit fees, because everybody pays building permit fees, but not everybody pays impact fees. And I would ask there to be some consideration of that $7,500 coming out of the additional impact fees that are going to be paid in some form of a waiver, if that's a deal breaker for the developer. And I'm not sure which category of impact fees. As you know, there's several of them, but I think we could work something out in that regard. I think that'll solve that one. And then, Mr. Trask, I do have one question. I don't have an issue with any of the dates that have changed significantly, the 18 to 30 months and that sort of thing. But the one thing about the provision about the floor area ratio, which I think is what you were alluded to with the number of units, if you can, at least for me, for my benefit, because this is something new for me, and I know we're going to be talking about these sort of things a little later on one of the agenda items, if you can kind of explain that, not just for me, but for everybody, as far as what the term is that's in this development agreement.
So I'm going to ask Renee Vincent to step forward, and she would be able to address the issues relative to the smart code amendment, the comprehensive plan amendment, and then the
If you
floor area
could
ratio.
Tell us what page that's on the agreement. I
It's
saw
on
it, but
page 24.
24, okay.
It's in paragraph 25 on page 24.
Oh, okay. Renee Vincent, Planning Director. Yes, we will be talking about those amendments that are necessary later this evening, but in a nutshell, what's proposed is right now the density limitations on the property would only allow 3 residential units on the property. Clearly, the developer would like at least, I believe, 6. So there's the current provisions of the smart code related to density allow for there to be a density. You could increase the density by transfer, but you would have to pull units from another piece of property. And so in the past, the intent was, this is going to get into a deep discussion, I fear, but the intent was that the city owned property that had residential development rights, the parking lots and stuff. And so the city could do a density transfer to that particular property or another property to support a redevelopment project. In discussing that provision with the city attorney, we feel like that really is actually circumventing the charter in terms of we would be taking a right or an interest in a city property without going to a referendum or something to that effect. It would normally be required to sell property or an interest in property. So we're not comfortable with that provision. So the developer would either have to find a private entity that has some density available that they're willing to transfer, or we can go to what we're calling the all-inclusive floor area ratio. So we wouldn't change. So right now for that property, it's 2.0 is the floor area ratio. Normally that's applied to non-residential building. In this instance, if that amendment goes through, and we'll be discussing that later this evening, you would be able to use that all-inclusive FAR in lieu of that density cap. So you still have the same building envelope. If it's a 10,000 square foot lot and a 2.0 FAR, you can build 20,000 square feet of property. How you use it and how many units is up to you as the developer. You can do, you know, smaller units and do more, or larger units and do less. But you have to maintain that building envelope, the height, the setbacks and everything. So that's the concept of an all-inclusive FAR.
But that would affect everything, that the thing that you, I know we're going to get into it.
Right.
Yeah, it's
So
not just this property, but.
it could, you have options, and we'll talk about that. The way that the current draft that you'll be talking about later this evening is set up is we would allow the all-inclusive FAR throughout the smart code area. The big exception is you cannot do it on a property that's in the coastal high hazard area, because that would be circumventing the density and limitations that you have. You could take that approach and you could only apply it to maybe the downtown character district. So you can put a box around this if as a board, you're not comfortable going in that direction for the entire smart code area.
Okay. Thank you. And I understand, well, hold on a second. I understand the comment, the discussion with the city attorney, but that's for city-owned property.
Yes, sir.
This is in the CRA.
The same provisions, in my understanding, apply for the CRA-owned property as they do for city property when it comes to disposition of interest in city property, but I'll defer to the city attorney on that.
I am very concerned about that issue because of the way that we took ownership of the property and then it was conveyed into the CRA. It was the city-owned property. It was conveyed into the CRA. So I don't want there to ever be an issue, and nor does the developer want there ever to be an issue as to whether or not that was not done technically correct. So the safest way to do it is the way that we're suggesting.
Well, what about the approach of taking some of the development density off the Sunbay or the Hoffman property, since that's been earmarked for a public use space? And we're not going to be using that density in the future. I mean, we made a pact with the residents that this is what it was going to be used for, so it's not going to be developed for anything. And I know that there was a little bit of concern with regard to losing some of the value of that property by making it a public use space. This would be a way of actually recovering some of that through these additional units on this Forbes property, 144 East Tarpon Avenue, where we would not otherwise be recovering any, and this would be direct property taxes in kind of an indirect way. So is that something that's possible?
I'm going to defer. I mean, again, that I think we were wrestling with the provisions of the charter with respect to disposition of any rights or interest of city-owned properties. Whether that extends to the CRA-owned properties, that's a discussion. I can't make that judgment call. I haven't looked at that property to see how much density is on it, what you
No,
can pull
I
off. I would have to do
understand,
that.
and
But
I'm hitting y'all cold
Yeah.
on it, just like you're hitting us cold on this tonight. But I want to get it resolved, and I'm not real comfortable with doing an all-inclusive floor area ratio change that benefits this property primarily, but then has an implied effect on other property as well. We'll talk about that later, and I've got some
that's why
things
we
to
bring
say
this to the
about
board.
that. But for the purpose of finding a solution for this, based on this floor area ratio issue, which I know is significant in terms of the number of units. And I also understand we've reduced the project now from 3 stories to 2 stories because of construction cost and perhaps some other things. At least that's what I understand to be the case. If that's a solution, I would like for at least the commission to be able to discuss that and perhaps develop that as a possible solution for this situation right here.
So to me, it doesn't matter where you get the density rights. It's still the issue is it's still city property, whether it's the Hoffman property, whether it's next door to this one, it's still the same issue. You're taking one of the bundles of rights that you have as owning real estate, and you're taking one away and you're giving it to a private developer. And so, and you're not doing it for any consideration. And so that's my concern, is I don't want there to be an issue, and you're going to hear from, I guess, the developer's attorney too, and she can give her input on that. I am concerned about a technical argument that could be made that could slow this project down and ultimately may even impede it from moving forward because of the fact that there was no referendum.
Okay, but we are selling this property.
You're not selling the bundle of rights on the Hoffman property. You're
But-
transferring rights.
But we could if we wanted to.
And then the question is do you want to hold a referendum on that? And so I have to look at that issue.
Right? In the CRA?
So I don't know how that was actually transferred up. So we can definitely look at that, but you asked our opinion based upon your comments or your questions right now. And that was the approach that we were taking for the last several months. Based upon that issue, we're concerned about it, that we could resolve it in another way. And the way was the way it was suggested by Renee, or them transferring density off another property that they own there. So.
Right, I know that's
Okay.
a possibility as well. So, all right, well, it's something for at least, again, I don't want to make, there's been some discussion among the residents in the past for some of the things that we've done that we appear to be changing ordinances to benefit one piece of property and it affects a lot of things. I don't want to continue that either. So I'd like for us to try and find a solution to this rather than obviously changing the all-inclusive floor area ratio concept and exchanging that for density in order to make this floor area ratio work for the Forbes property. I understand.
The other just cautionary note, I don't know if I'm 100% factual on this, but we do need to look at the Florida statutes because the CRA legislation was changed over the last 2 to 3 years. And for something is sticking in my head that because bad actor CRAs, not us, were operating under separate guidelines because they were the CRA. And I'm pretty sure the state clamped down on that and said that, all of your purchasing and procedures and things like that, that you have to abide by for city-owned property applies to CRA-owned property. So I just want to,
Okay.
just an advisory, I may be conflating two different things in the CRA legislation, but at least want to make sure we look at that.
All right. Yeah, and the last thing I want to say in fairness to, I had a discussion with the city manager about the CRA special area plan that you're be talking about. And he did mention that this was related also to the Forbes property, but I didn't have anything in front of me and I didn't quite understand what he was saying. So I understand now. Thank you.
So
Okay.
we'll take a
Thank you.
deeper dive this evening.
Yeah, thank
Thanks.
you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Vinson, before you leave and before I go to the Vice Mayor, I apologize. I should have go to you first, but I didn't see you next to me, so I forgot. But just for clarification, the safest way to transfer density is to transfer density from their own private properties to do this, correct?
If there's a private property
Without
owner
having
that,
any heartburn
yes.
or having any issues later here in the city.
Yes, and that becomes a private transaction between, now,
Right.
full disclosure, the board, we've never actually done this in the special, it's in the special area plan now. It's never been utilized.
Okay.
So the board has to specifically approve a density transfer situation. So you don't get to just do it. They're gonna
Right.
have to bring it to the board and it'll have to get approved.
But the city doesn't have to doesn't
Correct.
carry any responsibility on that later on.
Correct.
Okay?
We just
Thank
need to track it and make sure that
Thanks for the
10
clarification.
years from now,
Right.
somebody doesn't double dip on that piece of
Yeah.
property.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This obviously is a piece of property that the city and the CRA is advertised as an incentive piece of property to get someone to develop it. I'm really curious to hear some more about the developers. Just a couple points real quick before we go that direction. When the CrossFit was here, it was CrossFit and Ed Jones. I think CrossFit offered like $10,500 and Ed Jones, I believe, offered like $15,000. Although at the time, the commission and the CRA board at the time felt that the CrossFit was a better fit. and they're willing to take less money for that property. Also, when this application came up over the summer, I believe both applicants proposed a dollar amount to purchase the property for. So I can't remember what it was, like a think tank. The other person was like, or the other applicant was like think tank, some sort, right? I don't remember what he offered, but I believe in the presentations there was offers for the value of the property as well. So, I mean, I would be curious to find out what that initially was. But hey, at the end of the day, we're incentivizing a developer to develop this piece of property. If we need to reduce it a little bit, I'm happy to figure out a way to get there. I just need some further background information on how to get there and then what the development's going to look like and time frame as well too. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cole, would you be kind enough and tell us and answer those questions that we already have asked?
Yes, Mayor. Is it okay to remove my mask so I can speak clearly? Thank
Sure.
you. Katie Cole with the law firm of Hillward Henderson, representing Dainami Holdings, and Mr. Mavromatis is on Zoom, so he can participate if we need him to, or if you have additional questions. And I also do very rudely have my phone here in case he sends me a message during this to correct something that I say. So first of all, as the city manager, Mr. Trask indicated, we've worked through all of these issues, and the two outstanding issues were the purchase price specifically and the incentive dollars or the impact fee credits. And honestly, those two things come down to the bottom line proposal that was presented to you all last summer from the proposed developer. To the vice mayor's point, in the developer's proposal, and this was one of the main distinctions between the two proposals that you all reviewed, the developer's proposal did not include a specific purchase price. It said at the time of closing, there would be a nominal fee that would be proffered. And that was what was proposed. And at the time, we did have a discussion that your alternative was, that did include a purchase price. And so that was something that you all discussed at the time, was that this use was something that would incentivize in the CRA and in downtown, and therefore a nominal fee was something that you all would appreciate and accept. So that was where the developer's thought process was nominal, was literally the nominal $10 for in good and valuable consideration that you see on other deeds. The city, the first draft of the lease, I think, came back at 10,000, but then Mr. Trask immediately said that no, he would recommend 20,000 in talking with the city manager. And so that was the very first change in disagreement that we've been kind of going back and forth on. And again, it's all been, you know, we respect the fact that the property values have increased, but the proposal that you all saw last summer didn't include a purchase price, and that was the developer's expectation. And so not only that, but there has been an increase in construction costs, not only since 2017 when you initially went out to bid for this property. And I did want to remind you that the developer actually sent in an unsolicited request to purchase this property last January. So that went to the CRA last January. After that was received, following the CRA guidelines, the city published its intent to dispose of the property. You then received 2 requests to purchase the property, at which point we had the meeting last summer. So the developer has been anxious to do this project, certainly, and looks forward to doing it. But there is a concern about the economics based on the size of the property and what actually could be put there. And so the economic considerations boiled down to the density available on the property, the purchase price, and the impact fee credits. So we've discussed the purchase price, which goes directly in line with the impact fee in reimbursement and incentives. Along those lines, in 2017, when you all published the RFP for this property, it stated within that RFP that the city would offer up to $65,000 in fees and other credits, and it didn't specify impact fees. The city staff did a nice job going through and determining what impact fees would be available, and Mr. Trask and Ms. Vincent were reading that ordinance, I think, differently than the city had applied it somewhat in the past. And so depending on how many impact fees would be assessed, it's anticipated that the developer would receive the full 58,000 and change credit for impact fees and have to pay an additional amount of impact fees, simply because fees have gone up and there's proposed to be a more intense development through this development than what was previously there when the credits were issued. So the $65,000 number is what the developer had included in its proposal back to the city last summer. It simply said a fee credit of up to $65,000. The $7,500 to Commissioner Vaticiotis's point, I think that's a number of economics and could be recouped by the developer from the CRA and the city in a variety of manners, whether it was currently the lease calls for the payment of property taxes and utilities and those types of things over the course of the 30 months prior to closing. Perhaps there's that credit can be applied to that instead. There are other types of fees, but I think it's just the economics and then what legally Mr. Trask and I could figure out on that $7,500. But from the developer standpoint, it was their goal to get to 65,000, which is what was in their request in their response to the, well, not a response, in their invitation and letter to the city to sell this property to them last year. The third point with respect to the increase in the FAR in the density, because this was an open question that we did discuss last year, is how could these units be placed on this property and how would they get there? Once Ms. Vincent came back, we sat down and really in earnest looked at the comprehensive plan. It has been complicated because it's in the coastal high hazard area. And so some things that we thought were the case previously, upon further review, were not as easy. And so the choices are a transfer of residential density from private property within the CRA to this parcel, or a transfer of residential density from a city-owned property to this parcel, which, as you just heard Mr. Trask opine, would require a referendum pursuant to your charter, or looking at either all of or a portion of the CRA and changing to or incorporating an alternative to calculate the intensity of development by FAR only. This is what's permitted by the countywide rules, and it's a common use of calculating intensity of development, especially within urban cores. For contrast, Tarpon Springs with its urban core, a 2.0 FAR, it would be reflective of a two-story building built property line to property line. So if you can visualize that, and that's what the planning staff and I think the historic board and others in the city would feel would be an appropriate 2.0 FAR for the downtown core here in Tarpon Springs. So the developer does feel as though it could obtain the 6 or 7 units to make this a mixed-use project with a 2.0 FAR and get it there in that manner. So we would appreciate if you would consider that. The way the agreement is drafted, it gives an option. And so it basically outlines that everyone recognizes that there's the need for 6 additional units or a 2.0 FAR on this site, and that the timelines are triggered upon one of those 2 things happening. And so we understand that there's a question and that the city is working through that process, and we want to be partners with the city in working through that process. Obviously, to the mayor's point, if there were a private seller of residential dwelling units that qualified to be transferred to this site, that would be an option. However, that certainly puts the economics of the deal back into question and how much those units would be worth on the open market versus transferring here, as opposed to what they could be if, for example, they were excess city units that could be used. So we know that this has taken time and appreciate Mr. LaCouris and Mr. Trask's patience as we've gone through this. And these are kind of the 3 points we've been going around and around that I think Mr. LaCouris and I identified in August were going to be the sticking point, and we've figured everything else out, I think, and are here before you to get some direction so we can finalize this and bring the final agreement back to you. So, but the owners of Denami Holdings that are certainly enthusiastic and excited about this. I think from their standpoint, it's just a matter of what was proposed last summer, what their economics were last summer, looking at the realities of development in today's time and the increase in prices of development and how that works. So, and with that, I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Ms. Cole, thank you very much. As you know, we really want to have this property developed. But at the same time, we want to make sure that what we're doing is the correct thing to do. If you please stay there for a minute, I'd like to ask our Planning and Zoning Director, Ms. Vincent, to clarify one question, please. Ms. Cole says that it might be a possibility to find a different way to calculate the density. Can you explain that? Is that a way? Is that a different way that you could do that?
No.
No. So it's
No,
not.
I mean,
it's no way.
density is kind of density. And right now we have a density on that, a density cap on that. You have a base density on that property. And then the way the smart code is set up in each district, you have a base density and then you have a max density by transfer. Now on that specific property, or actually in that district, the T5B district for the downtown, the Tarpon Avenue, that special area plan was amended several years ago, and it even took away the density cap by transfer. And again, I think some of this was because of past proposals. So, but you still have to be able to find the density from a private property owner to transfer to that property. I do want to correct one thing that Ms. Cole said. This property is not in the coastal high hazard area. Thank you. Yes. So that's
the other ones.
irrelevant. Yeah, the other ones are. So, you know, you either have to find the density from another property, find a path through the city property, which is problematic without going to referendum, or the alternative that I was suggesting as another third way to get there would be to utilize, we're not changing the floor area ratios anywhere. We're taking the existing max FAR that was originally set up for mixed use projects and saying you can do, you can apply that, you can take away the residential density cap and apply an FA and just use an FAR and give the developer the flexibility within that building envelope. It doesn't get any bigger to have additional units. If you do smaller units, if you want to do 2 penthouse units, great, you do 2 penthouse units, whatever. So it gives that flexibility. That's the provision that was, that we were going to discuss later this evening in order to try to find a remedy, to make this project work, frankly.
One more question, transfer density, that it has to be from the CRA area?
The density transfer provision is set up to be inside the special area plan boundary. So it has to come from another CRA property. Yes. Not CRA owned, but within the smart code and the CRA boundary. It has to be in that plan area. Yes.
That's all I have. Vice Mayor, do you have any question for Ms. Cole?
No, she was pretty clear in everything she said. I just have a couple of discussion points about transfer density and sale of property.
Okay. Commissioner Tarpon, any questions to Ms. Cole?
I don't have any questions. I just have a couple of things that I'll mention. Commissioner Vaticiotis brought up some of the time frame associated with it and when this property gets back on the tax rolls. And I think that that's important to highlight. Just if you were to use some simple math and you said that this building's going to be worth $1 million, and if it was taxed at our current tax rate with our current millage, it's safe to say that the taxable revenue to not only the city, but also the Pinellas County would be somewhere around $20,000. So I think that, if you start doing the math on that, it adds up pretty quick to get this property back on the tax roll, which it is not currently. And I think that that would be a quick way to make up the difference in where we are regarding the purchase price of the property. In addition to that, I will ask Ms. Cole if your client or the applicant had any tolerance for incentivizing the timeframes a little bit more. So making like some kind of delivery date in addition to what's already in here. Again, we haven't really had much of an opportunity to look at it, but for example, like when it comes to the negotiations of some of this money, if we got the building or if the buyer, the applicant, whatever, delivered X of a shell sooner than what's proposed in here, at that point, would we be able to credit more towards the purchase or towards the impact fees or whatever? Do you think that that's a possibility?
I think it is a possibility. I can tell you that honestly, the largest concern from my client with respect to the timeframes was not necessarily the physical vertical construction. It was the planning and permitting and getting to the vertical construction. So certainly we can, I mean, he is on the phone, but that's certainly something that we can work with staff as some options, recognizing that.
So
you're
again, without
deciding.
having the benefit to go through this in depth, as it exists, this document as it exists, you have it set up, or you and the city have it set up to where there's benchmarks for performance at a certain time. What would be the first benchmark related to construction?
There are no benchmarks. It's a completion date.
Okay, completion date, sorry.
Yeah, so it's 30 months after the effective date of the agreement, and it would be, so it'd be 30 days after that transfer of density takes place or the FAR ordinance was approved.
Okay.
So that 30-month window. And the way I broke that down was, that was a calculation that I did based upon the time frame that the developer was saying. So I had 30 days to submit the final approval for approval of the land use plan amendment, 60 days for the actual approval process. Then 30 days after that, they would have to complete the final site plan approval. So that's a 4-month period of time. They'd break ground within 9 months, so that brings it to 13 months. They'd have substantial completion 12 months later, that's 25 months. Then they'd have a certificate of occupancy within 2 months, that brings it up to 27. Instead of just keeping them crushed into that 27 months, I just wanted to give them a little bit of leeway. So I calculated it to be 30 months, and that's how you see that 30-month figure.
So as an example, let's say, and you have definition in here for what groundbreaking means, or no?
No, there is nothing. It doesn't really matter. They have to complete it within that 30-month.
Sure.
So there is no ground break by this time.
The 9 months for groundbreaking.
No, that's what their proposal was
Gotcha.
in their draft agreement. And I've just taken all of those, that time period, and just put it in the lease. You have 30 months to get all of that done, but it doesn't specifically set out when each one of these things will happen.
Just correct me if I'm wrong. Their proposal had more breakdown into when they were going to do that, right?
Yeah, that's the way that they had approached it.
So
and
for
we-
example, not to interrupt you, but for example, if we said, okay, they proposed 9 months to break ground, right? And I would suspect that you would have some kind of a definition if we were to go this route for what groundbreaking meant, right? And if we said, okay, you're going to break ground within 6 months, that's more of an incentive to us because the community wants this to be built. And if you break ground within 6 months, then again, as an example, we'll give you the additional $7,500 in credits or whatever, right? That's kind of how I was looking at it, because my opinion is that we wanted to see this sooner than later. That's kind of always been the motive behind the city making this type of deal and not just selling the property on the open market so it could sit there indefinitely undeveloped, right? So for the commission's consideration, that's maybe a way that we could potentially continue to try and bridge this gap. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan, you have any questions for Ms. Cole?
No, I don't have any questions, but just as we start moving towards our final decision here, I like that idea by Commissioner Tarapani to kind of incentivize a quicker process, but I wouldn't base it on groundbreaking. I think it would have to be on maybe finalization at that point, because they could break ground and then not touch it for a few months.
Like I said, what's the definition of groundbreaking, right? So I mean, it could go anyway, but you understand what I'm saying.
Exactly. So I'd be more willing to look into that. As far as the price goes, if we're talking about a nominal fee, I agree that that's not $20,000. A nominal fee in my mind would be closer to $2,500. So I'd be willing to accept their proposal of the $2,500 price fee. But as far as the building fees go, the permits are going to be issued. The work's going to be done that justifies the fees. I think we should stay on the building fees, but I'm happy to adjust the price fee from $20,000 to $2,500.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I want to be clear, the 6 to 8 units, I'm okay with that, as long as we can do it at arm's length, that would be fine with me. I think perhaps maybe groundbreaking, but offer it in the form of a bonus, maybe. I think that's what you're getting at. Is that correct? Yeah, and that's fine. And I think maybe we could give that just as a guidance tonight and let them work out whether groundbreaking, building permit issuance, or whatever. At some point, building permit issuance is when the fees are going to exchange hands. I'm pretty sure of that. Is that correct, Ms. Vincent?
Yes.
When you pull your building permit, impact fees, everything has to be paid at that time. So we
Not
can either
impact
write them a check
fees.
later.
Building permit and inspection fees are paid at the
Are
time
paid
of-
at the time of permitting. I think I think impact fees are paid at CO, I believe.
At CO.
I believe that's a change that was made in the state legislative, by the state, that we have to collect impact fees at CO, not at.
There are other fees like, and I'm going to misstate based on the fact that this is in the CRA, but your rec fee, public art arrangement, there are some fees that are paid at issuance of permit and some at issuance
Yeah,
of
here comes
CO.
Mr. Building Code.
There you, I was like.
Is Mr. Powell here? He's coming down. Okay.
It's coming.
Yeah, I think that's important. If I understand the groundbreaking, but that can continue on and on.
It could be anything that we
Right,
wanted to
but
pick.
I would like the certificate of occupancy. That's the real incentive.
Sure, right.
Yeah, yeah. And if it's possible, I don't know what Mr. Powell is. Mr. Powell, the question was, when are fees paid by a builder? I know you pay something during the building, when you pull your building permit. Are there any other times when fees have to be paid?
Yes, sir. Building permit fees are paid up front, and impact fees are collected prior to issuance of CO.
So you hold a certificate of occupancy
Absolutely.
until finance or whoever it is says they're all
Yes.
paid up and we're clear?
Yes.
Okay. That would be my preference, is to incentivize it that way. And I'm not sure if the commission wishes to discuss a time frame, 6 months or 3 months or whatever, but that would be my preference. It'd be at CO time.
May I?
Go ahead.
So to follow up on your thoughts, so if what we're saying is 30 months, that's what
Yeah.
our attorney said, right? So if we're going off the CO, we would go on the tail end of the agreement, not the upfront end, right?
Right.
So we would say like, if it's CO'd within 24 months, you get X.
Right. Whatever, I think,
Yeah,
whatever suggested, perhaps whatever the developer and the city staff are comfortable in. And I think all you're looking for is direction tonight, so we can kind of wrap this up and come back with a draft final to the commission. Is that correct?
That's right, but I don't want you to leave it up to us to try to negotiate the number of months. If you have a set time frame, then tell us what that is so that we know what it's going to be. So if it's 24 months for the $7,500 incentive, we need to know that.
Ms. Cole, can you answer that, or
I'm looking to see if Mr. Mattis is texting me, but he's not, so maybe he'll weigh in. But I also wanted, if I may, to remind the commission that there will also be site plan application fees for appearance before the historic board, public, there are more fees than just building permits and inspections as well. So there are lots of opportunities for the developer to pay the city a lot of fees.
well, the $7,500, in addition to the $58,000 credit, it was $7,500 in additional, quote, building permit
Correct.
fees, whatever's associated with that, to get to that point.
Mhm.
And so there isn't these things that you just mentioned are optional ways of giving credits and things like that. Is that correct?
Those are,
But the total would be 7,500.
Correct.
Okay, so the 7,500 could be taken out at one time, let's say at the time of certificate of occupancy, if this time frame is met. Okay.
yes,
I'd like to keep it simple is what I'm getting at.
that's
Yeah.
fine. And I'm saying this for the benefit of my client who was texting. So the time would start, if it was 24 months until certificate of occupancy instead of 30 months, which is in the draft, it would start from the commencement of site work.
Whatever the
Or
start date is for that 30 months.
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke, Mr. Trask, right? It would start from the commencement date, which would be the non-appealable approval of the change in the code to allow for the 2.0 FAR. So from that moment in time,
If that happens,
or the
I'm not saying
transfer-
it's not. I'm just saying that I
For the
understand
transfer
that,
of
but
units, because there either has to be a transfer of units or there needs to be a modification to the code to allow for the FAR to be used overall and not separate density and intensity. Either one of those actions triggers the commencement date of that 30 months in the lease. And I'm looking
But
at
I wanna
Mr.
use
Trask
the
to
same
keep me
start
honest.
date.
So that's the start date. And so the 24 months instead of 30 months would occur from that. So in your scenario of incentivizing, perhaps the developer would choose to go through engineering, architectural design, and site plan approval. So they were lined up to kick off on day one instead of starting that they would take that risk perhaps instead of starting the project upon receipt of their entitlements. I'm just, how they might beat that time frame.
So essentially, the deal is contingent on the floor area ratio and the density regardless, right? Right. So regardless, that's going to be the effective date.
Correct.
Correct.
So right
Can I
now,
ask a-
we cannot make a final decision until actually we pass that.
No, we can. It's just part of the contract that says it's not effective if that doesn't happen.
Okay. Good to know.
I had a quick question, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
So a permit date versus a FAR transfer, FAR increase, or density increase, what's the difference between actually a permit in hand? Because I would imagine you'd have to have the FAR transfer first before you get the permit, and you wouldn't be breaking ground until you had a permit, right?
So I'll answer that question. So the bottom line is that they can get the approval from the commission, the appeal time could run, and they could sit on it for 6 or 8 months before they actually file their application for a building permit. Then it would take whatever, 30 days or 60 days for the review. So you may be 6, 8, 10 months down the process because of the fact that we use an effective date that was different than the one that we had control over, and that is when the density was transferred or the ordinance was approved. So
Okay.
there's definitely a difference between the building permit application process and then the adoption of this ordinance.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So do you think it'd be helpful if we just kind of went down the line just to get a consensus on the price and then make sure that we're okay with kind of the incentivization of it?
Well, I think we had enough discussion here. After we finish that, we'll go to the public comments. We'll come back to us again.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a way of working out this FAR thing to, I'm just, it's a large jump to tie approval. I know there's 3 options that you described for the FAR. I think it's a big jump to tie one of those to getting approval and kind of including that in a document beforehand. And then we're going to have a discussion item tonight that is just a discussion item. And there's going to be some things that I'm going to say. And then we've got to go down and start developing the ordinance based on what Ms. Vincent hears tonight. And I'm not sure when that will come back. And there's some other hoops that it's going to have to go through, in my opinion, the rest of the commission may not agree with. But I don't know how that fits in with your timing, with the developer's timing on this thing, nor the city commission's desire of getting this thing off the ground. That's my concern. The FAR, I have no problem with 6 to 8 units. I understand completely the city attorney's concerns over the transfer of city-owned property development rights. We just need to figure out a way to get that FAR so that when we leave tonight, that there's some comfort level that can happen, that by itself doesn't torpedo or nix this whole deal because of that. I don't know that we're going to be able to solve that tonight, so.
I'll be happy to respond and look at Mr. Vincent or Ms. Vincent and Mr. Trask, but the project that was proposed that you all desire to be constructed based on the proposal from last summer requires additional residential density.
Mhm.
And so this project cannot move forward unless there is residential density. And so that density can be this property can receive that density or the right to build those 6 or 7 units on the site, either by looking at the FAR in its entirety or by transferring units. So if those two things don't happen, the project that you want to see constructed here based on your meeting last summer couldn't happen anyway.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, because and you know what, I wanted to thank you also for filling in a lot of the details that I'd forgotten. The 65,000, the payment would be, the price for the property would be not, it was not in that, but it was in your proposal, but it was in the other application, a specific amount. And I appreciate you bringing that out. But I also remember there was discussion of a 10 to 14 units per this building. And I think at that meeting, it was told that that was a little optimistic, but we've gone from 10 to 14 units down to 3 units.
Well, that 3 is what's permitted, would be permitted by the existing residential density cap on the property.
So why wouldn't we have advised the Denami at that time that perhaps that was the case? And I mean, it seems
I
like
wasn't here when that was taking
well,
place. So.
I'm not blaming, I mean, it's just a kind of an academic question at this point, but it seems like somewhere along the line, I'll tell you, I'm a little surprised tonight. I was a little surprised to hear 3 tonight because I didn't expect that.
May I be clear on the 3?
Yeah.
It's not proposed to be 3 units. To Ms. Vincent's point, what's permitted today by right would be
3.
the commercial density plus 3 residential
3
units.
residential units. Correct.
That's what's permitted by right. So the agreement calls for the transfer of 6 additional units, which would create 9 residential units and plus the commercial space. Now, from a practical matter, because the FAR in the community and the standards of the historic review, we don't think that 9 to 10 units will fit from a practical standpoint because of the other constraints in the code and physical constraints and accommodating the architectural details that you all saw and you want. So that's why we're talking about 6 or 7 units, depending on final architectural design. Maybe it's 8, maybe it's 6. But from a comfort level, from a threshold, we collectively, I think, presume that the agreement should be triggered if there are 6 additional residential units or the 2.0 FAR.
Okay, so I just to reiterate, we've got the 3 ways of doing it. One isn't going to work because of the transfer from city property to this city property. That's not going to work. So the other option is to transfer it from some property that is privately owned within the CRA to this property. And then the other option is an ordinance change to increase to the all-inclusive floor area ratio concept. Okay.
There's a 4th option I haven't thrown out that now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. I mean, you could literally do you could just do a density increase, a plan change for the downtown character district. That would just be, so it would be, that's just, but what I think people need to understand is to get to where they're at, it's a big number in units per acre, but you're applying it to a 75 or 8,100 square foot or 8,000 square foot property. But we could never get there in the development of the original smart code and the CRA plan because the numbers were just, I couldn't get.
So we can kind of shrink this alternative or the all-inclusive floor area ratio to some other approach?
Oh, the all-inclusive FAR, we can absolutely only allow that to be in the downtown character district. That would apply to, now it's going to be a little bit bigger than you have the character districts in the special area plan, and then you have the transect districts in the smart code. The transect districts are a little more granular, but again, we can address that. If we're trying to limit the area where you can apply this all-inclusive FAR to the downtown area, we can absolutely do that. And there's no compelling reason not to do that. I mean, so that we can discuss that later
So
this evening.
basically,
So
we're shrinking now the horizon to something that is more relevant
Sure.
to this particular parcel, and it won't have an effect on the larger.
yeah, you know, when I look at these things, I try to look at them kind of holistically. Is
Right.
this something that may be good for the, to have that flexibility elsewhere? My opinion is yes, but if the board's not comfortable with that and you just want to work in that downtown character district, I'm all for that. That's no problem.
Let me be careful. I'm not comfortable with it. The rest of the commission may be
Which is
okay
why,
with it.
and that's why we bring these things to the board for discussion. So,
Mrs. Vincent, Ms. Vincent, just for clarification, if we decided to work on the density and we have to go through the ordinance, how long is that going to take?
just about any process that we take is going to take, let me see. So, I mean, it's 6 to 8 months because it's all going to have to go through the countywide plan process, the Board of County Commissioners, and state review. The state actually will be the shorter end of the review time, but these are the special area plan amendments have to be reviewed by Ford Pinellas and recommended and actually approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So we have some time frames that are long to deal, to get from A to B.
Okay. Let's say that we decided to pass that. The four walls remains the same. The property doesn't change. It's just a matter of how many units you can actually fit into the 4 squares, right?
We wouldn't be changing anything else. The only thing that would, your height limit stays the same, your FAR doesn't change. So it's just what's happening inside that envelope. You're giving them the flexibility to say, we'll want to do 8 smaller units or 5, bigger units or however they want to slice and dice the inside of that property. You have 2 stories by right. The 3rd story requires a conditional use. It all has to go to the Historic Preservation Board. There's a lot of hurdles that this property has to go through to be developed.
Mr. Trask, one more question. If we decided that we're going to have an agreement or give you the okay to start the agreement, can you make that as a condition that the applicant will be able to have the density that it requires to have 6 units? Based on if we go through the ordinance?
So the answer is I would not want to do that.
Okay.
I don't want that to be a contract issue because of the fact that basically what you're doing is you're avoiding the 2 public hearings, the public hearing process and the adoption of the ordinance. So I would not want you to do that. Right now, the agreement before you, this term has already been negotiated. They're in agreement with what we have provided.
Okay.
So this additional, back and forth as to, want to solve the problem. We don't need to solve the problem tonight. The developer is in agreement. The city staff and city manager are in agreement that these triggers will happen when those things happen. If they don't happen, then they have the ability to pull out.
Got it.
So we don't need to solve all of the issues tonight. We just need to, address the 2 or 3 issues that are uncertain in the agreement, and then we can bring that back to you hopefully at the next commission meeting for approval. So we're still back to those 2 main questions, purchase price and the $7,500 credit.
And the impact fees, right? 3.
Sorry?
3 different things. And the impact fees, the 5,800.
No, the 58,000, that's a given. They're entitled to that.
Okay.
And they're in agreement with that. They want that credit and they're entitled to that under your code.
Okay.
So there's no disagreement at all on that. It's just the $7,500 additional, which is the discussion tonight.
Gotcha.
And they have, the way they have talked about it in their proposal is the $7,500 would be towards building permit fees and inspections. So, okay.
Very clear now. Thank you. Any other questions to Ms. Cole before we go to the public comments? You got one?
7,500, we talked about it in the form of a bonus at the time of CO, certificate of occupancy being issued, that 7,500 would be taken out of that if there was some predetermined time frame that they completed the construction early. I think that's what we were discussing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I was using examples, but yeah, that's
I mean, it could be
right.
another
It
one,
could be
but-
7,500 here, it could be a different incentive there, but the main thing for me is that it happens sooner than later.
Right, that's right. Yeah, that's the main point.
Have that
Okay.
as an incentive.
Yes, I mean, that's been the incentive from the get-go, is to have it sooner than later.
Okay. We're going to go to public comments, Ms. Call. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you have any comments, please come forward, state your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes. Any public comments? On this item.
Panayiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I just checked my phone, and like you said, the backup wasn't there for this material. You guys are trying to rush a process regarding FAR and community rezoning. That's an agenda item on number 21 later on today. I respect Mr. Mavromatis, the family, everybody. But once we start opening up density around our community, we're going to build up and blow out our city.
Mr. Koulias, please direct your comments to
I'm
me,
directing
please.
to you, absolutely.
Yes,
So
thank you.
now, like we said, and I want to make sure, is Banther and Terran Painting going to be property managing the building over there? Let's get that on the record to make sure if they are or they aren't. Between this item 21, I am telling you, seems like to me, one of the commissioners can go over to that developer who wants to buy it, say, hey, you'll buy this property. We'll get planning and zoning to twist recommendations and flexibility based off this FARA stuff. And it sounds like a jigsaw puzzle. She just puts things together to say whatever needs to get done. But once you allow this, you are allowing density to be built up in historic areas like the sponge docks. You guys are infringing on people's quality of life. And I want to make sure whatever happens, this is just a special condition for this building and will not set forth. I personally don't like the three houses, the 3 residential being increased, because you're opening up a door and a big can of worms.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on this item? No more public comments. Back to us. We need a motion.
Mary, is this it's a discussion item tonight, right?
Well, it was a discussion item, but since then, the city attorney provided us with that information. I'm not sure if you got it because you were not here. It was just given to us at last minute.
No, I haven't received any of it. I mean, it might be a good idea from like just a consensus standpoint to see where the whole board's at. I think it sounds like we're pretty close overall, if I may recommend that approach.
This is going to come back to you in the final format. This is just giving us direction on a couple of issues. And so when it comes back to you for approval, I mean, there's additional discussion that can be handled. And if you decide to change additional terms, you can do that too. But this is just to get us to a final agreement that we can bring back to you for consideration.
Here, may I ask the city attorney a question?
Sure, go ahead.
The 2 points is the 20,000 versus the 2,500
Yes.
and the $7,500 amount. Is that correct?
That's the only two.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion based on that. And then the issue with the FAR, that is the direction I think that they've gotten this evening, and that they could work that out amongst themselves to
Yeah.
bring it back. Is that correct? Is that fair enough?
We haven't worked that out.
That's not, we're not touching that at
That's
this point.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll work it out.
I think it's going to be better if we have a motion on the floor and a
That's what I'm
second and we
saying.
vote on it, because we have 2 different prices. What the city is asking is 20,000 and the applicant is offering 2,500. So it's a big difference. So we need to, on the motion, we need to do that. And also the waiver on the permits.
Okay, I move that we direct the city attorney and the city manager to drop the purchase price from $20,000 to $2,500, and also to waive the $7,500, not waive the building permit fees, but give an additional credit in the amount of $7,500, either through additional credit, impact fee credit, or through the approach of a bonus for completing the project 6 months ahead of time.
Let me clarify that. You say that to keep the permit like it is, though. Permits will
Right,
not
no
change.
waiver of permit fees, but the waiver, the amount of $7,500 is what was requested. And it was the applicant that was requesting it in the form of waiver of building permit fees. But I think, as Ms. Cole stated, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter whether it's building permit fees or some other form. They just don't want to pay the $7,500.
As long as they get the 7,500.
Right, to take it up to the 65,000, which had been as part of their original proposal. So the motion would be to reduce the purchase price from 20,000 to 2,500, and also to provide an additional $7,500 in credit through credit for impact fees, additional impact fees, or as a bonus for completing the project 6 months ahead of time.
Do we have a second?
But still charge the building permit fees up front,
Pardon me?
correct? Just, we're still charging the building permit fees up front.
I didn't quite understand you, Commissioner Donovan, but the
I just
city
want to make sure
manager's-
that in the motion, that 7,500 building and permitting fees, that's still included. You're just talking about a 7,500 reimbursement later
Right, there
on.
would not be a waiver of building permit fees, but that $7,500 would be taken out in the form of an impact fee, additional impact fee credits, in addition to the 58,000, or in the form of a bonus for completing the project 6 months ahead of time.
Okay, second.
Yeah,
Just a
discussion.
real quick question. So 6 months ahead of time being 24 months, complete, CO at 24 months
Yes.
from the effective date. Okay. Mr. Trask, the effective date is basically contingent on this whole floor area ratio thing, right? And I don't want to convolute that. But do you have a mechanism in there in the event that the applicant finds their own density to transfer, that it is an honor before type scenario?
Yes, it's one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the applicant, just to be clear, if the applicant says tomorrow, hey, we've got 6 units of density we'd like to transfer, and we can transfer that density in 2 weeks, that starts the effective date.
There's a transfer of density process that we have to go through under our code, and so it's going to come back to you. I did not, research that issue, but and as a follow-up to what Renee was saying earlier, is there is a process. It will come to you for your approval. But yes, once that approval gets done and completed, then the answer is yes, that's when the time frame would begin.
It's honor before type scenario.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Vice Mayor, the motion was clear to you up there?
Yeah,
Online?
it was clear. I just had a couple discussion points to ask or to bring up. So, I mean, it was brought up that if density is being transferred from a city-owned property or a CRA-owned property, that would have to go to referendum. I'm not aware where that lies. So, I mean, I at least would like some more research done on that. My understanding is that the city is selling real property over, was it $350,000 now? It has to go to referendum. And I would imagine 4 or 5 density transfers wouldn't reach that number. And also maybe it could be part of the incentive as well to develop additional residential units in this piece of property. So, I mean, if that could be researched by staff or the city attorney a little bit further, I'm not against that at all. I think that's a good idea to look at some other alternatives, if it's a parking lot or if it's the Hoffman Park area or areas along those lines. So, trying to figure out like an FAR increase, it sounded like, Renee, it could be like another 8 or 9 months. And that just sounds like it's pushing development like way down the road. So I'd like to try to find something that's a little more quicker to get through this process, but totally in favor of the nominal amount. It makes sense. Ms. Cole brought up it was a nominal amount in their presentation. Also support the credit for impact fees as well. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I agree with that as well, because this is a piece of property that we're trying to develop for a long time, so.
Yeah, we're not affecting that provision. That's already allowed in the contract.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no more questions, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair LaHousas?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to the item number 2, which is the award file number 210104 and JJ single source purchase of 1 Howard Rebrica, Seth Thomas, Post Clark. Mr. Licouris?
We're ready to purchase the clock. You see a depiction, there's really two different styles of the writing on it, of what you wanted. So if you would look at those and make sure what's on it is what you approved. This item is to award bid, and that's to order the clock. When the clock would come in, we'd be ready to install it, and we'd probably bring you a plan for the exact location and how we're going to landscape around it or what we're going to do around it to do. But this is to actually get it purchased, and I think they had a time frame in here somewhere in there within 90 days. So we'd like to start that 90-day process to get it here, and then we can show you the plan, the placement. And the only decision, if you look at the wording on the clock, the two ways they can put the two items you said for the Venice of the South and for the historic district, there's two different type of wordings. Which one you prefer on those, and we'll be ready to order.
Okay. Mr. Licouris, I got a couple questions to ask you. In the backup information, it says that the vendor it will provide technical training and maintenance. What were you expecting to see from the company?
I believe it's a 3-year warranty.
Okay. And you said about training. What technical training are you talking about? How
I
to
think
fix
it's
it?
just on the operation of it.
Okay. And later on, you're going to provide some kind of a diagram showing where the clock will be installed and what landscaping you're going to have, right?
Right now, your decision was on our property. I don't call it the hall, I call it our property now. But where it is and, the look around it, we'll bring that to you within the 90 days. So you can approve it or change it or whatever you want to do. We just want to get the 90 days to get the clock here.
Okay. Vice Mayor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I like the way the wording wraps around the letters, everything, how there's two options. You have it like a typical paragraph wording on the face of the clock, or you have the option of where it wraps. I like the way it wraps around the numbers on the clock. I think that's the better option.
Which text?
So it would be on the left hand. It would be the left-hand side for both the Venice of the South and Historic District. What we talked about the last meeting was there's a 4 faces. So 2 faces would have Historic District, and then the other 2 faces would have Venice of the South. So if I would lean towards the clocks that are on the left-hand side of the backup. I think that's really all you're looking for, right, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor Tarpon, any preference?
I think I like the one to the right. But I could go either way.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but as far as the preference goes, I think the paragraph wording looks a little bit cluttered. I'd prefer the wrapped on the left.
Okay. Commissioner Licouris, any preference on that?
No, Mayor, I think I'm going to break some hearts on this one. I did not support the purchase of this clock before, and I did vote when I had to vote to break the tie between the number of faces, 2 faces or 4 faces, and now we're at the point of actually purchasing it. So I'm not going to support this. I do have a question, though. It's $29,000 purchase price. That does not include the installation. Is that correct?
That includes the installation.
That includes the installation and the electrical and everything? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item?
Good evening, all. Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I wasn't present for the clock discussion, so I may be late to the supper table, but I have to say something. Very familiar with the clock that goes on in Palm Harbor. And when you buy something like this and it with such an expense, You become attached to it through maintenance. I understand it's got a 3-year maintenance agreement with it. What happens after the 3 years? 3 years comes and goes. Parts on these particular items become obsolete almost the day we buy it. So are we getting into a situation where we're going to have something that's tells the time correct twice a day? I just want to know that, because, I mean, we're discussing how the writing is on the clock, but what about down the road, any sort of a maintenance over 3 years? I mean, you're spending close to $35,000, $40,000 for something that we have a guarantee for 3 years. And after that, what happens? So that's a concern that I have. I didn't know that we were even going ahead with the purchase already. So I am not in favor of it at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Boniotti Schoolyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Well, welcome to Car Springs. Car gets what he wants. I think the irony of these signs that we ended up paying so much money for to go around town, the spaces, they're not even spaced right across most of the signs. And if you look at the top of the signs, you'll see what the center of Tarpon Springs is. It's the City Hall town clock. Is this even a Venetian clock from the Venice of the South? And once you tie Venice to the South on this clock, you are tying it to the early 1900s to 1930s. You said the historic district. Well, the historic district encompasses the Golden Crescent, the fruit salad area, as well as Venice of the South. So you guys are picking and choosing. Like we said, keep Tarpon Springs timeless and historic. You guys are able to mix all those different time periods with all those sayings together in a very nice way. But once you tie that Venice to the South up there, you're tying it to a certain era. And I don't know where you guys all see this round wording, and that doesn't look crisp. The best option, which that clock shouldn't even go up there, is the second page, bottom right. Tarpon Springs Historic District, established 1887. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
We have not received any emails on this item.
Have we received any emails on the previous item that we had? I forgot to ask.
We did not.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jubb, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone on Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the purchase of the clock with the rounded wording.
Second.
And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
No.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alahouzes?
Yes. Well, that concludes the CRA agenda, and we go to staff comments. Chief, any comments?
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Trask, any comments?
No comments on this. Thank you.
Burris, any comments?
No, sir.
Ms. Jacobs, any comments?
No comments.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, have any comments to make?
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments. I believe the city clerk dropped off some printed material on your diocese for an idea I'd like to talk about within the CRA district. I've talked to a couple business owners currently, and I'm still in discussions with a few more. I want to bring up an idea of how to show some more historic photos. I mean, you can see my background as an example. It's got the old picture of the sponge docks. And the backup that you should have is a couple buildings, which I've talked to the business owners and they're in favor of it, is I don't know if it would be some type of grant or how the city would work it. I think realistically it would be in an agreement with the property owner, and the city would pay somebody to put like a vinyl, lack of better words, a wrap onto the side of the building. I have it framed out. Again, that's just a quick Photoshop of a couple ideas that I've done. They would probably range, I think it's like $15 a square foot for that type of process when you put it onto a building. But I think it's a great opportunity to really encompass, I guess I would consider it a type of artwork, but it's really just utilizing our old pictures from the Historic Society or some families that have old pictures in Tarpon Springs, and really getting it out there for the public to see. Ultra 19 and Pinellas Avenue is a highly traveled road. In between Orange Street and Live Oak, it's not the most, I would say, pleasing to the eye. We've looked for other alternatives to spruce this area up, but I think this could be a unique opportunity for the city to partner with some private businesses. And if it's, I mean, I guess it would be like $1,500 max per building that we could do this for. So I think it could have a large impact for a low amount of money. So I just wanted to see if we could get a consensus on the board for the city manager to start working something together for this type of project.
Anybody has any comments on that or questions on it?
So Vice Mayor, you're looking to create some kind of a incentive plan that property owners or business owners can have a mural on the side of their building?
Yeah, ultimately, it would be an old picture that would be heat gunned onto the building, and then the city would hire a third-party company to come do it. So there'd be some type of agreement between the property owner and the city to do that.
It's worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we can look into that. I think the idea would be like the Chamber of Commerce has on the wall.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we have consensus, I'd like to ask Mr. Licouris to look into it and then bring it back to us. What's going to cost and what's going to look like and what's involved to do these.
Yeah, I'm happy to look into it. I mean, I really like the one on the Chamber of Commerce building. I don't know how that would transfer because that's a painting, not a picture. I don't know how the quality would differ on a wrap. I can't imagine it'd be too harsh, but you know, I don't want to commit to something I don't know the price to, but I'm happy to look into it. So you got consensus from me.
Okay. Well, right now it's just an idea. We'll look into that. Okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I have something to say on that.
Sure, go ahead.
I keep repeating myself, I'm very process oriented. This has come up, this sort of artwork and murals and things like that have come up before. I think this commission, maybe I'm wrong, my recollection was that it be presented to the Public Art Committee and allow the Public Art Committee to vet it as to whether it's something that they would want to recommend to the commission as part of their annual plan. It's not any different than what we would do in budgeting. So I think if we stick to a process that everybody understands, there's not going to be any hard feelings among the Public Art Committee or any hard feelings among residents or anything like that. And that's my position on this thing. If you want a consensus, then and the three of you agree to it, that's fine. I don't. I think it needs to be Vice Mayor Carr, in my opinion, should present it to the Public Art Committee, let them vet it in terms of the concept and the content, and as they do, if they choose to, and see if it rises to the level of the public art that would be part of the annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I've got a quick just comment, if you mind.
Sure, go ahead.
So this wouldn't come from the public art funds. I'm recommending this come from the CRA funds, and this isn't actually an artwork. These are pictures. So if you go back to the public art ordinances, I'm happy for the Public Arts Committee always be involved with whatever they can. But at the end of the day, the ordinance doesn't allow it in their ordinance. It's not a piece of art per se. It's coming from the CRA funds. So if there's a commissioner that wants to change the public art ordinance, I would suggest that they look at that and bring it to the commission for an approval request or at least review. That's the only reason why I didn't present it that way to begin with. So just for some clarification. And this is just to vet it from a cost standpoint and to see what type of discussions will be needed from a contracting between the property owners and the city as well. Thanks.
Mayor, the word art is used numerous times. Art is art. You can't say it's art and then say it's not art because it's not being paid out of the public. I don't care how it's paid. We've got a public art program in the city. There may not even be a public art fund, but it's still the purview of the Public Art Committee to vet these things. And we just keep throwing these things out on the table with the commission wanting to do it. We're mired down with a whole lot of other projects. And I'll be honest with you, this sort of thing stresses me out because I have no idea of whether I would want something like that. And yet we're going to task the city manager to go find out how much these things cost. The Public Art Committee already knows how much it costs, and they can vet that process itself and come up with an amount if they wish to do that. And if they don't want to wish to do that, certainly the commission can ask them, why is it that you don't want to do that? Maybe they will. I don't know. Maybe they won't. All I'm saying is that we have a process. To me, the funding is irrelevant. The fact that it's art, it's art. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have anything else that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, just a couple things real quick. If we could, the city manager, if you could look at, there's someone that's developing the old dry cleaner building into a Mexican restaurant. I know it's stalled out because of the pandemic, but if there's an opportunity to put some potted plants out there, also in front of the old Forbes property as well, if it's a chance to put some palm trees in a pot or at least some type of foliage in a pot or flowers. Both of these sites have been eyesores for quite some time. We're going into what we call our tourist and busy season. So if there's an opportunity to at least get something spruced up with those two properties, that would, I think, be greatly received amongst the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini, any comments?
No comments.
Hmm?
No comments.
Commissioner Donovan, any comments?
No comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Vaticius, any comments?
Yeah, I'd like to get clarification. Does the commission give consensus to Commissioner Carr's concept for the city manager to explore the cost and come back to the commission with this, or are we going to leave it with the Public Art Committee?
It looked like we did. Well, because Commissioner Terrapini says yes, Commissioner Donovan says yes.
So it's going to go to the city manager?
Take a
Okay.
look at it.
Thank you.
Any comments?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'd just like to express my condolences to the family of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Deputy Michael Magley. And our thoughts and prayers goes to the family during these difficult times. Also, I have some good news that I'd like to announce that the city has received a grant of the amount of $100,000 towards the Distant Avenue extension from Pinellas, from Forward Pinellas. And I'd like to thank the Forward Pinellas, the Board of Directors, the staff, the committees, and also our Planning and Zoning Director and staff for this great opportunity, and I'm very grateful to them. So we got $100,000 to start this project. And we are now going to the regular session meeting. By the way, that concludes the CRA meeting, and it's adjourned at 8:08 p.m. And we go to the regular session meeting.
Mayor, point of privilege. May we take a 2 or 3 minute break?
Yeah, sure we can. We'll take a recess, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Yeah. I'm calling to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021 at 8:14 p.m. Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Mayor LaHousas,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Here.
Commissioner Donovan,
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by the city attorney, following by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please stand.
Our Heavenly Father, we come humbly before you in a time of sorrow. The death of Deputy Michael Magley burdens our hearts, a burden shared throughout the city of Tarpon Springs. We pray that you will comfort the Magley family and welcome Michael into your heavenly kingdom. We are hopeful that your grace and love will be with the Magley family and those present here tonight who share in their pain and loss. This we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to announce that item number 22, the removal of Board of Adjustment member, has been pulled from the agenda by Vice Mayor Carr. And I also like to remind to everyone that in order to have a productive meeting with professionalism based on the city code, all public comments must be directed only to the chair of the meeting in a professional manner with respect, without a personal attacks. And I want to thank you for your cooperation. Now we're going to the public comments on the items that will not be discussed tonight. If anyone has any comments, please come forward, state your name and your address, and you'll be given 4 minutes. Thank you.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Yesterday, I received an email from the city manager telling me that item number 22 would be taken off the agenda. However, I never received an email telling me that it was going to be on the agenda. And I'm glad that you invoked the city code, Mayor, because in the city code 2-125, the city manager shall be responsible for notifying affected individuals of particular item on the agenda. Such notice need not be in writing, but may be by telephone if conditions warrant. And in the previous, in modifications 2-124, there's even, if the affected person is not yet present, the mayor can delay the hearing on the matter until a reasonable time has elapsed in order to give that person an opportunity to be present during such a hearing. How many times we got to go through this? Many years ago, there was a commissioner talking smack about a family, saying, well, since they're not here to defend themselves against this, I'm going to have to vote against them. And then I got up and said, well, did you bother to call them and ask them to be here? And he didn't. And then Commissioner Larson made you promise that you would do that you would make sure every single citizen that was going to be on the agenda knew it, so that you couldn't sneak behind everybody's back, like with this Anclote Harbor thing. But then what is this? You were going to hope that I didn't find out? And then when I did find out and told the entire city, oh man, you made sure and told me it was being pulled to call off the dogs, right? What are you doing? Nothing that I do up here is personal in any way. Why am I being attacked personally? I speak about public officials in their public duty. Some elected, some are hired. And if you're not doing your job, you're darn sure going to hear it from me. And then I'm going to tell everybody else that you're not doing your job, and they're going to come up here and tell you or write you an email. And oh yeah, 3 commissioners voted to not have 3.5 hours worth of emails read into the record. And that vote failed on the 12th of January because one voted illegally, was supposed to be recused. So that vote failed. And those emails got read into the record on the 15th of January. However, there were more than 50 plus emails that never got read because somebody picked an arbitrary deadline and denied those people their right to the First Amendment, redress of their government, the right to speak, Truth to power. You go sneaking around. What are you doing? I mean, I never once accused any one person of doing anything in their personal life wrong, only their public duty. And if you're going to trample on the First Amendment rights and try to chill the free speech of members of volunteer boards, really? What has it become? And somebody's getting upset about the word evil? You know what that means? That somebody did something wrong. That's, you've got to realize, first, that Antelope Harbor project's never going to get built anyway. So why you wasted your time and everybody's time and energy on that is just beyond me. But let me tell you something. Some people wanted the Walmart project back in the day. It was weird. Some of them did, some of them didn't, right? So maybe we could disagree on that. I've got some time coming from 2 members, I believe, of the audience. Is that correct? You want to raise your hands? Thank you. So,
would you please identify the people so we can put it for the record, please?
Susan, Annie. Oh, you do? I'm sorry then. I'm taking Annie Smarkos this time. So, trying to sign, and that's the other thing. So now you've got this item 22, right? You throw a bomb in a room and then you just run for cover, right? And act like it didn't happen. So now those people that were upset about that and wrote you emails about that, what are you going to just throw those away? Again, violating people's right to free speech. So we don't ever get to hear what they were going to say about it. It was so damning to you guys, just like those other emails that you didn't want anybody to hear. You didn't want people to be heard about this item. That's why it's pulled off the agenda, right? You didn't want all of the voices of all the people. Some people don't even like me or getting up to speak about it because it's about the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States, the Florida Constitution, and our own city charter. What are you doing? You're violating every single possible law by cheating people out of the right to speak and chilling the free speech of those who might, they might come after me if I get up there and talk or write an email. Is this the kind of city you want? Nobody wants that kind of city. And no running away, hiding under the covers is going to keep this from getting out. Everybody knows. Everybody knows who put it on the agenda and everybody knows who pulled it off. Decisions that are made here are important and they are long lasting. So if you're going to put something on the agenda, you better have thought it through because it's going to stick with you for the rest of your days. Everybody's going to know that you voted to cheat people out of their free speech and that you also voted or tried to get people to vote someone off of a board, a volunteer board, when he had done nothing wrong on that board. See, I'm calling you guys out for doing your job wrong. If I had done my job wrong on that board, then by all means, I should be removed. But I am simply pointing out the flaws in you all, the violations that you're making. That doesn't mean you get to punish me. What are you doing? And it's not about me at all. It's about all the other board members that are afraid to speak out because, oh man, look what they did to Roboski.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Washburn, 124 East Lake Drive in Tarpon Springs, Florida. I have 6 or 7 packets that can be distributed later that are evidence. Couple quick things. One, photography is an art form. I run a photography studio in my business, and we do consider it art. And if you were to go to St. Pete College and talk to the photography students there, I'm sure they would argue the same thing. Second thing on my agenda, flags or at half-staff for Rush Limbaugh. I hope we afford a liberal person like Howard Stern the same justice to have the flags at half-staff, because, you know, someone like Rush Limbaugh at half-staff, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But anyways, lastly, on my little agenda item, the sponge industry is falling apart. We're losing our last sponge wholesaler from Tarpon Springs, which makes me the last sponge wholesaler in Tarpon in a few months that actually has a Tarpon resident address. So also the dive boats, Tasso's retired, Ali passed away. I don't know if you've ever heard, if you heard. So there's really only one active dive boat left in Tarpon, and pretty soon I'll be the last company that's an actual wholesaler. So, okay, on to the agenda item. I am also the communications director for Chris Hrabowski for SaveTarponSprings.org, and I wanted to present the evidence. What actually happened is I got an email from, let me read it to you. Chris, kindly remove me from this email thread pushed out to citizens who never asked to be looped into this mess of misinformation. Thank you, Carrie Carr. So this came in on February 2nd. And then on February 9th, I was watching the end of the meeting, and that's when Commissioner Carr mentioned all these falsehoods about what Chris had said. And I will say I went through a lot of the meetings, and I did hear Chris say the word evil one time, not addressing anybody specific, just saying the evil that this commission has done, I think, regarding the property on the Anklet River. But here in this packet, I have all 4 emails, exhibit B, C, D, and E, that you can review, and you will see that not in a single time does Mr. Hrabowski mention anything about payoffs or being on the take or bribes or anything like that. Now, I will say that I spent a lot of time on Reddit, on Facebook, and on nextdoor.com, and there was a tremendous amount, hundreds and hundreds of residents in these threads that were saying very colorful things about the fact that that property should have been a park and not a 400 apartment unit building. So, and a lot of them did talk about being on the take and bribery and et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to join the Tarpon Springs community group, a lot of those were on that group, and or nextdoor.com. You will see that there are many comments, but there's not a single one from Mr. Hrabowski, because he's not a member of nextdoor.com and he's not a member of the closed group. You have to actually ask for permission to join of the Tarpon Springs community. And all the evidence of our mass emails are right here. You're welcome to read them. There's nothing non-factual in there. Nothing that says anything about bribery or anything regarding that property. So I'll testify to that in court if necessary, but I'll say that Mr. Hrabowski is definitely not guilty of that charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. Chief Gochard, Mr. Trask, Commissioners, Mayor. I got to ask you, what's going on? I want to talk about integrity. Mayor and Commissioner Donovan, I was here at a meeting and Commissioner Vaticiotis was attacked and by an email, and he had asked for proof and nobody provided it. So I was instructed to pull it and see what he said that was an attack. So I did pull that email and I read it, and I have it here with me. It's 13 pages and I could not find anything in there that was offensive to anybody. So I don't understand how that happened. So we speak here about integrity, and I'm wondering what's happening to my city commissioners. So moving forward, I have to say, what's going on with the city's quasi-judicial? I sit on the quasi-judicial board, and we have commissioners that have taken calls from the husband of somebody who's a presenter. And I don't want to use any names, but if you're confused, you all admitted that you took calls from Mr. John Tarapani. Am I correct or not? Now, if I was to take a call from somebody who was coming in front of my board, that would be a breaking of the Sunshine Law. Just admitting it is, I mean, the commissioner here of Vaticiotis, he turned the phone call away. He didn't accept that phone call. I couldn't accept that phone call. So I was sitting here saying, how is this happening? I mean, we have to have some integrity here. So that's another thing I wanted to bring up here. What's going on with the voting by the commissioners? We had all these emails against these 404 apartments, and people were speaking out, and none of it was read. It was all swept aside. So now I have to move on. Chris Abrowski, because I'm mixing up my Chris's here, wound up getting in front, and he spoke out about it. And what happens to Chris? I hear that he's being removed from the board. So I took it upon myself. I called Commissioner Carr, and I spoke to Commissioner Carr, and I said, this is not a good decision. The guy's doing a great job. He's been on our board for 7 years. He's flawless. Are you removing him for his First Amendment right to speak? And I got back a yes. I got back, he's being removed because of an integrity issue. And I'm saying, who's got this integrity issue? Not him. He didn't say anything negative to anybody up here. He didn't like the vote. I don't like the vote. Most of Tarpon Springs doesn't like the vote that you guys did. So if somebody's going to come up and speak about a vote, you have to hear him out. He's not attacking any one person. So I asked kindly to please consider this before you put it on an agenda. I know now it's not on the agenda anymore, but I have to tell you, I'm not a happy resident of this town that you even thought to put this on an agenda, to remove a guy because he came up here to speak. Am I going to get removed because I'm up here speaking? I don't really care. You could remove me. I've been serving the Board of Adjustments for 6 years, and I do my job very well. You can listen to it on YouTube, but I will not stand to have any commissioner removed because they speak their free mind. This is crazy. I don't know what you guys are doing. I mean, do you go down the list if a resident goes out and speaks? I watched last 2 weeks ago, Commissioner Carr had brought up a whole thing that there was a guy with a feather that was bothering him. And I don't understand this. Where are we going with this? A feather? I was thinking of bringing a feather tonight, but I didn't want to go and offend anybody.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Jackie Turner at 792 Chesapeake Drive. So first, I'd like to compliment the city for the newly installed street signs and markers. They look wonderful and are a great addition to our landscape. I'm glad that we have changed some signs whose usefulness has passed. What I am concerned about is the resistance to change of our rules regarding the operation of food trucks. The time is here for this change. Allowing food trucks to operate in areas such as breweries, it supports local growth and tourism, and that's what we really need in this town. I have signed the petition supporting this change, and I believe others may be present here tonight that have done the same. So while I do support this food truck expansion, I am concerned that the public support I'm demonstrating here tonight could have a negative effect on my ability to continue to serve my community. I am also a member of the Board of Adjustment, which is one of the 10 advisory boards and committees that's comprised of volunteers who are appointed by this Board of Commissioners. There's at least 50 citizens, if not more, who do take the time out of their schedule to serve as volunteers on these boards because we believe in doing our part to make our city the best it can be. Now, many of these board members have completed the Citizens Academy, such as myself and Mr. Eisner. We do this and we serve because we care and we want to give back to the city and to our neighbors. So recently, a member of the board that I serve on has been quite vocal as a private citizen about the Anclote Harbor project. Because of his actions as a private citizen, a city commissioner took steps to have him removed from the Board of Adjustment. Thankfully, just yesterday, after many, many people have spoken up about this attempt to silence a private citizen, the item was removed from tonight's agenda. Now, as a member of a volunteer city board, I want to know if my words and actions here tonight, as a private citizen who is passionate about doing anything I can to help better my community, will be held against me. Will my name be the next on the city agenda to have me voted off of the Board of Adjustment. So I want to thank you for providing me, though, with the opportunity to serve my community on this board. It is an honor to do this, and I hope it's something I get to continue to do in the future. But if my right to free speech as a private citizen, or those same rights of my fellow board members on those 10 volunteer boards are threatened in such a manner, I will have no choice but to step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Do we have any other comments?
Kyrie eleison, alethos eleison. Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Your readings for this evening. We will start with Psalm 101, 7 through 8. No one who practices deceit will dwell in my house. No one who speaks falsely will stand in my presence. Every morning I will put to silence all the wicked in the land. I will cut off every evildoer from the city of the Lord. Proverbs 26, 22 to 28. The words of a gossip are like choice morsels. They go down to a man's innermost parts. Like a coating of glaze over earthenware are fervent lips with an evil heart. A malicious man disguises himself with his lips, but in his heart he harbors deceit. Though his speech is charming, do not believe him. For 7 abominations fill his heart. His malice may be concealed by deception, but his wickedness will be exposed in the assembly. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people groan. We'll now go to Isaiah 3:11. No correction. 1:23 to 26. Your rulers are rebels, companions of thieves. They all love bribes and chase after gifts. They do not defend the cause of the fatherless. The widow's case does not come before them. Therefore, the Lord Almighty, the mighty one of Israel declares, I will get relief from my foes and avenge myself on my enemies. I will turn my hand against you. I will thoroughly purge away your dross and remove your impurities. I will restore your judges as in days of old, your counselors as at the beginning. Now we go to Isaiah 3:11. Woe to the wicked! Disaster is upon them. They will be paid back for what their hands have done. Isaiah 10, 1 through 4. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees, to deprive the poor of their rights and rob my oppressed people of justice, making widows their prey and robbing the fatherless. What will you do on the day of reckoning when disaster comes from afar? To whom will you run for help? Where will you leave your riches? Nothing will remain but to cringe among the captives or fall among the slain. Yet for all this, his anger is not turned away. His hand is still upraised. Isaiah 29, 13 through 15. The Lord says, these people come near to me with their mouth and honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. Their worship of me is made up only of rules taught by men. Therefore, once more, I will astound these people with wonder upon wonder. The wisdom of the wise will perish. The intelligence of the intelligent will vanish. Woe to those who go to great depths to hide their plans from the Lord, who do their work in darkness and
Mr.
think.
Dalakis.
I have 2 minutes from Ms. Kitka, and I mentioned that before.
No, Kicked, she already gave her time.
No, she didn't. It was Ms. Samarkis, and I beg to differ at the point. I do have 2 more minutes. So therefore, where were we? The wisdom of the wise will perish. The intelligence of the intelligent will vanish. Woe to those who go to great depths to hide their plans from the Lord, who do their work in darkness and think, who sees us? Who will know? Isaiah 33, 1 through 2. Woe to you, O destroyer! You have not been destroyed. Woe to you, O traitor! You have not been betrayed. When you stop destroying, you will be destroyed. When you stop betraying, you will be betrayed. Isaiah 40, 30 to 31. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Jeremiah 6, 13, 15. From the least to the greatest, all are greedy for gain. Prophets and priests alike, all practice deceit. They dress the wound of my people as though it were not serious. Peace, peace, they say, when there is no peace. Are they ashamed of their loathsome conduct? No, they have no shame at all. They do not even know how to blush. So they will fall among the fallen. They will be brought down when I punish them, says the Lord. We'll continue with more next week. Fear the feathers.
Next speaker, please.
That was awesome. Panayoti Skolias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. My mother will be donating her time. Mr. Jump, can you please verify she's online right now?
I'll allow her in to confirm. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Maria Culas, 595 Peninsula Avenue, Tarpon Springs.
Okay, first I want to start off this $100,000 grant for Diston. You guys are pissing off a lot of people in the Oakley Village area and the Tarpon Woods area. How long did they sit there and complain and say, we don't want that road processed or pushed through? You still got to develop the rest of Mango Street going down to US 19. You guys are creating all this clutter that you're not even worried about the traffic issues. Now, as far as Mr. Carr, I don't know why Mr. Carr is laughing so much. He's sitting there acting like he's sick, but he doesn't mind eating food in front of everybody on the damn screen. Now, what I just saw with this CRA stuff between Townsend's interests, people following along like little puppy dogs and puppets with their leashes and their leash and strings attached to their mouth. We need to separate the CRA from the Board of Commissions. We've given them too much power to sit there and shape up our city, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. We need to have another checks and balances in. That way, the community is the ones who help redevelop it, not the board, the selfish board. Now, Mayor, I'm only addressing you. Are you ready to apologize yet for your COVID cover-up? We will move on from it once you apologize. We Tarponites are forgiving people. Now, where's the tree slayer? Where's the tree slayer? Commissioner Carr, where are you? It took 1,000 trees at $400K for Carr to pull off the green steel. The Green Deal. We never want to hear Carr talk about plants and trees, where to put them, and tell property owners what to do. Let's let the arborist Shannon Brewer deal with that. Enough is enough. Now, He couldn't handle being criticized from his childish behavior, wanting to remove Mr. Hrabowski from his board. Townsend supported the issue as well as our city attorney. I'm telling you, Tarpon Springs, we might have to clean house. You know, Mayor, when Walmart wanted to build on the property, it was Mr. Tarpon on the Planning and Zoning Board and one of the leaders in a lawsuit against the city of Tarpon Springs and Walmart with Mr. Hrabowski. No one tried to remove Mr. Tarpon from the board. Now let's talk about the real estate consortium. I mean, Twisted Tree has soft serve ice cream that's harder than these guys. They sit there and go radio silent. You know, we had Tarpon Springs investigative reporters spot Townsend Tarpon and George Andriotis twice last week eating at the Tuscan Sun, the Bistro. Great restaurant, by the way. But here they are sipping, spinning wine together, and they're supposed to be running against each other. I mean, wow, what an absolute charade, Tarpon Springs. I mean, what an embarrassment, Mayor. You know, seriously, George Andriotis, I'm just being honest here. You're a criminal defense personal injury attorney, and you can't articulate an answer to your first political question. It's been a month now and not a word. It's okay. Take your sweet time. We already know the answer. And where is David Banther? He wants to be mayor, but he's gone silent for months with the Andriotis and Tarpon as they collude to run City Hall for their personal gain. Tarponites are watching. David still has questions to answer, and they aren't going anywhere. We want to know his opinion on Anclote Harbors and his business partners' involvement. And we know Townsend was more involved in Anclote Harbors than he acts like he was. We will find that out shortly. I want David Banther to go on the record, as well as Townsend, that Banther, Tarpon, and Associates will not property manage for Anclote Harbors. I asked them, they have not answered that question yet. And by the way, residents at Bayshore Heights are not too happy Banther and Tarpon is managing their HOA. We want David Banther to know, to answer the question about the future city manager position. And we want to know about Chief Kocher retiring from Tarpon Springs in March because David wants him to be a department head because he's great at budgeting. We also want to know about his thoughts on rezoning the city and the Sponge Docks for more density and for the favor of the good old boy network. I also want to know his thoughts on Renee Vincent working for the city in the future. So many questions the consortium has to answer. The truth is, I'm not trying to bait you guys. You're already on the hook, and your silence is deafening.
Do we have anybody else who wants to speak? Any other public comments? We hear none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
We have.
Would you please read it?
The first one is from Darlene Williams, 2625 Keystone Road. Dear Tarpon Springs Mayor and Board of Commissioners, Dr. Darlene Williams here, Tarpon Springs resident since 1999 and business owner since 2014. I am writing to you at this time to express my astonishment upon recently learning that my previous email written regarding the Anclote Harbor project almost didn't get read into the record, in the public record, as per request. I discovered that on January 12th. There were 3 commissioners who voted to not allow the 3.5+ hours of emails that have been previously recorded and read by the city clerk to be heard at the January 15th meeting. I also understand that the vote failed because Commissioner Tarpon realized he should have recused himself, and since he did not, my email was successfully read into the public record as per request. The point is this: the U.S. Constitution reads, Amendment 1, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. And the Florida Constitution reads, Section 5, right to assemble. The people shall have the right peaceably to assemble, to instruct their representatives, and to petition for redress of grievances. So when I additionally become aware of the fact that a citizen was being punished in an attempt to silence him by removing him from a city board and he is a board officer, for confronting these constitutional breaches, I felt that I had to speak up to you, the city, and our entire country. We simply cannot mirror behaviors in our dear city that are threatening our very democracy countrywide in these challenging and delicate times of our nation. I was originally going to write this regarding item 22 on the agenda, but have been informed that this item has been removed. So instead, I am requesting that this be read out loud into the public record at the beginning of the BOC public comments, so everyone can be clear about what has taken place here. We are either a country of laws or we have nothing but continual lawlessness. Let's please not have Tarpon Springs lining up with a disregard for lawlessness and democracy that has been nipping at our nation's heels of late. Thank you, Darlene Williams. Next email. Dear City Clerk, please read this into the minutes at the meeting regarding removal and banning someone from a city advisory board. Also give a copy to each commissioner. This is from Tim Kafalis, 205 Leafwood Road, Tarpon Springs. Regarding the removal of someone from a city advisory board of any type sets a dangerous precedent and shows that you only want people on boards who agree with your agenda and your policies. I do not feel that you can expect good people to volunteer if they know they're only there to agree with your ideas and wishes. Once society shuts down opposition from speaking and does not welcome mature and thorough discussion in any manner, the tone becomes reckless and negative. I think it is not appropriate to consider removal of Chris Habrowski or any member of the board, or to prohibit any citizen from stating their view. I hope you will reconsider dismissing him or any member from the board because of them being in disagreement with the city commission. Thank you, Tim Kafalis. Next email. This is from Sharon Landrum, 445 West Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Tarpon Springs. Dear Mayor and City Commissioners, I understand that item 22 has been removed from the agenda of tonight's meeting. I would request a response to my concern of why was Mr. Habrowski being considered for removal of his volunteer position on a city board. I also request the reason for the vote to bar the reading of citizens' emails at the January meeting. As a Tarpon citizen, I choose to attend meetings via Zoom and corresponding via email, as I continue to social distance until health guidelines are changed. If we cannot participate in our city government by these methods, then the city needs to clearly communicate that to our residents. Thank you for your attention and time. Best regards, Sharon Landrum. Next email. And I apologize if I pronounced the last name incorrectly, but it's a Dr. Joseph Delagrade. To the Board of Commissioners, I'm writing to express serious concerns as to this proposed massive housing project. First, it is most important for those entrusted to maintain the common good and health, well-being, and eco-environmental sustainability of any town to have the larger view. Many towns have made bad decisions leading to the town being degraded, even reduced down to an overcrowded, unmanageable, and in the worst case, trashed down by unintelligent, often biased or profitable favored decisions made. We as residents are here for the longer haul and must have commissioners who are interested in maintaining the larger sustaining common good that enticed by quick monetary returns without examining such long-term consequences. Not only do I support a closer examination of this project and its consequences with a possible win-win solution rather than a battle, I will also support commissioner candidates who act to protect the common good and work to remove those who do not. Please ascertain that this has been duly entered into the public records because of COVID, and that free speech be recognized and respected. Dr. Joseph Delagrado. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jeb, do you have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone on Zoom has public comments that they would like to make, please raise your hand and you will be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. We're finished with the public comments. We're going to presentations. Item number 1 is the Sunset Beach floating dock staff report.
Good evening, Tom Function, Public Works Director. We're here tonight to talk about the possibility of a floating dock at Sunset Beach, along with the permitting possibilities and the estimated cost. I have Mr. Doug Stoker with me from Cardinal Engineering. His background here, of course, with the city is he was a design engineer and permitting for the marina. He's also working with the city's seawall master plan and has worked on the original work we did out at Sunset Beach a few years back. Doug?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to go through a few slides of existing conditions. I'm going to talk about a little bit. I know everybody's very familiar with this area and this facility, but it's going to introduce some items that I think are important for later on. First of all, note that this is a coastal ramp. We do have a sand migration problem that generally happens from west to east and causes a lot of maintenance required on the ramp. It's difficult to tell on this slide, but there is a deep channel that goes from the residence along the causeway and out past the ramp. That's something that we need to consider. And also, this is located in an aquatic preserve, and that's going to impact permitting. It is a shallow ramp. This is just some topography that shows that it's not deep in the area at all. There is some depth in the channel, but it is a shallow area, and there's lots of prop strikes. You'll see in some further aerials through the seagrass. About 2017, a improved surface ramp was put in. It's approximately 20 by 86 feet. It does not have a dock that was installed at that time. This is just one last picture. So we talk about now as we think about the opportunities to add a dock at this location, where would it be? And so we want to look at the west side and the east side. The west side has less water depth. That's going to be important as we consider different alternatives. And again, we have the sand migration moving from west to east. On the east side, we do have better water depth because of the deeper channel, but the Coast Guard will be concerned if we block that channel with a dock for the ramp. So we can consider several different alternatives. I'll talk about a few. A fixed dock, because it's in an aquatic preserve, the DEP rules require that it be 5 feet above mean high water. That is almost unusable as a dock to service a ramp. Getting on and off a boat, especially in lower tides, would be very difficult. It may receive agency scrutiny. All of these suggestions are going to receive various levels of agency scrutiny. One of the things that we can do to possibly mitigate for some of the problems and maybe even lower the height of the dock would be to have benthic recruitment options. And that basically means we're just going to put riprap or reef balls in the area that would increase habitat in case we do impact some seagrasses. Another option would be the floating dock. You'd still have to have a fixed dock leading up to a gangway that would go down to a floating dock. The DEP requirements do require that a 1 foot ground clearance at mean low water. So we can't let the floating dock rest on the ground at mean low water. It is a lot of fetch. There's a lot of distance that waves can develop in this area. So durability is a concern with aluminum floating docks. We use aluminum floating docks in the marina. That's a very protected environment. We could put a concrete floating dock there. They're much more expensive. They're much more durable. But we do want to consider that. There are some factors that we can consider. We can design into an aluminum floating dock, but again, those add costs. Another option that we can consider at this location to arrest some of the sand migration is to put a breakwater, or effectively a wall system that is solid. It is considered fill. It is going to receive significant agency review. We may impact seagrass not only with the footprint of this breakwater, but also as the sand continues to migrate, it may spill into the seagrass habitat that would need to be considered throughout the permitting process. It would, however, provide a barrier to keep the sand off the ramp. Similar to the fixed dock opportunity, it is not necessarily as desirable to be stepping into a boat at low tide from a higher elevation. So let's talk about a little bit about cost. The cost of the fixed dock and the floating dock option are similar. Depending on what we put out there, the width, the configuration that we build, whether we use pressure treated lumber or composite lumber, what kind of railings we put, you could range from $75,000 to $125,000 in construction costs. Engineering costs would be between $30,000 and $45,000, which seems high, but in this case, it would just depend if we wanted to do a coastal analysis to determine what wave forces would be acting on that structure. And permitting is always the big question mark. And I'd say that the permitting costs on either of those two first alternatives would be approximately $15,000 to $30,000, depending upon agency scrutiny. This last option is a little more expensive. It is about $200,000 in construction cost as an estimate. Engineering would be a little more substantial too, at about $40,000 to $60,000, and permitting would be just about the same at between $15,000 and $30,000. So it is an expensive alternative. So real quick, just to touch on the permitting, the DEP would review this because it is in a aquatic preserve and because of the seagrass habitat in the area. The Army Corps would assert jurisdiction, and we have seen recently that the Army Corps permitting is becoming more difficult for a number of reasons, and where we used to get nationwide permits in the past, we now have to get individual permits. The Coast Guard will look at the restriction of boat traffic, so we want to consider that. And then, of course, the Army Corps will consult with NOAA about essential fish habitat. And then we have, of course, I didn't put up here, but Pinellas County is always going to be something that we have to permit through. And then we will have formal consultations with several other agencies that will be part of that process. So I've real quickly gone through and given you some ideas, some alternatives. There are others, but those are the main ones. If the board wishes to continue, what is the path? And so we can do an alternatives analysis, which basically builds upon this kind of cartoon drawings that I've presented with more engineering drawings and more refined cost analysis based upon specific criteria. A very important thing, if this is something that you do want to proceed with, we would have pre-application meetings with primarily the DEP and certainly with the Corps. And that will give us a good understanding of what they will allow in this area. And again, it is an aquatic preserve, and they do have very stringent rules about activities in an aquatic preserve, but oftentimes with mitigation strategies such as reef balls and riprap that can produce habitat, we might be able to get some of those relaxed. And then, of course, we would develop a schedule from there on to see how quickly the board wanted to move forward and move into the design, permitting, mitigation, and construction process. So that is it in a nutshell. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation, but I have a couple questions to ask. Looks like we have two options, floating dock or pier, or it can be a mix, right?
Correct.
It can be
The third option would be a wall, a bulkhead, a solid system. That would just help us to keep the sand off the ramp.
Okay. And regardless what option we select, it's going to be around $200,000?
depending upon how we configure it, yes, sir.
Okay. Being that it's close to the Gulf of Mexico, which option would be handle the weather better?
Well, the bulkhead option would be extremely robust, but we could design any of those options to handle a pretty significant storm, and the costs that I've given you are based upon a pretty robust solution. So it would sustain a Category 3 storm. The wave forces as a result of that, very deep piles, very strong cross frames, much more substantial than you'd see in a typical residential dock.
Yeah. Do you feel very confident that we'll be able to get a permit to build it with from all these agencies that you mentioned?
I feel confident that you would get a permit to build something. It may not be what you want. You may put a dock, you may end up with a permitted dock that's 5 feet above high tide that could be 8 feet above low tide and not be as useful as you want it to be.
Okay. If it's 8 feet high, at the very end, can that be stepped down to a level where people can use it? Get on a boat?
The DEP guidance, I think it's 1820 in their code, does not specifically allow that, but that is something, again, we could do a historic, in that area, the big issue for bringing it up higher is to not shade seagrass. In that area, and because of the ramp, seagrass habitat is further to the south of where we could put a ramp. So, I mean, a dock. We could stop the dock short, not be over the seagrass. We could show historically that there is no seagrass in that footprint, and we could ask for those opportunities to possibly mitigate or lower the dock to make it more useful.
Mm-hmm. We also have swimmers that they actually use in the area. Is that going to be any concern if we put a dock there?
I don't think that you wouldn't want them to jump off the dock. You wouldn't want to create an attractive nuisance to where they would jump off the railings. We would have to put railings in the more shallow area. We would not have railings at the end where it was deeper. You would not want to create a diving board.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation. From being out in this boat ramp area and going off of it multiple times, to me, and swimming this area, growing up in this area, having it east of the ramp would be ideal from a user standpoint. I would have concerns with people that are on the beach or kids that are on the beach going to the ramp or the dock that's closer on the west side of the ramp. And that standpoint, can you just at least give me an idea of what you feel is like the best opportunity to see this pass? Because I do feel there's a need from a safety standpoint to have something that's out there, but I don't want to go after something that's not realistic and something that's going to create a bigger safety issue. So, I mean, from your understanding and professional opinion, what would be the safest approach to go with an approval from the agencies that are needed?
Right. My concern, I certainly agree with you from both the swimmer's perspective and the water depth perspective, putting a dock somewhere on the east side. If you put a dock on the west side, you're somewhat limited because you don't want to move it too far west. It would probably be right adjacent, just west of the ramp. On the east side, you'd want it ideally for helping people launch and retrieve their vessels. It would be immediately adjacent to the east side, but you could move it further eastward and it still would have value because you could put your boat in the water and move it over to that location. However, I'm concerned that if we pull it out far enough to be useful to get into the deeper water, we then would create a concern with the Coast Guard that would not allow that placement because we may block that channel, which is the deep water access to those homes. They of course have access across the grass flats, but the deep water would be something the Coast Guard would consider in their review.
So could you put it on the cusp of that channel?
That's a great question, and it would be something that you'd have to present to the Coast Guard and see what they would allow. They may consider the width of a vessel. Now, we're not talking about big boats using this ramp, so you're not going to have 10, 12 foot wide beam boats using this ramp. They're going to be smaller, 8 and under generally. So you're not talking about big boats. So they may consider that. You could put it on the edge of the ramp. Again, you'd have to look at the topography to make sure that if you used a floating dock, that it would not be within 1 foot of the bottom. So there's a little bit of a balancing act about moving it out far enough to deep water that it was useful as a dock and not sit on the bottom if it was a floating facility, but also not too far that you would block that channel.
Okay. I mean, that would be the avenue that I would like to see approached moving forward. If you're looking for a consensus on the board, I do feel there's a need to have some type of dock out there. It's a really tough boat ramp to get in and out of, especially get on and off the boats. So, I mean, I am supportive of a dock that goes in this area. I just, obviously, we may need to push into the next budget season from a funding standpoint, which I'm happy to look at further. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarpon.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. It definitely seems that you're extremely knowledgeable in this field. So I appreciate you being with us. This is also an area or something that I feel is important to our community. We only have 2 boat ramps, public boat ramps in our community, and both are they have challenges. One from a parking standpoint, and others on this one we don't have any dockage or floating dock for people to launch their boats or to tie up while they launch or back their truck in, etc. So that's kind of how this item came about. It's a little hard for me to give guidance when I don't have more costs associated with it. I understand that that's in an area where it's an aquatic preserve and there's some environmental sensitivities and multiple agencies that you would have to go through, given that it's hard to establish some costs. But based on what you've said, I think that if I was to give some feedback on a direction that I think maybe would be appropriate to head, at least to obtain more costs, I would say that from a functioning standpoint, I think the east side of the ramp is appropriate. I know that lends challenge in terms of blocking the channel. You brought up reef balls to create some more habitat, which I think is a good idea, and definitely something that I think would be beneficial to both sides, one with the permitting and also to create that more habitat or to create more habitat. But I think it's definitely a balance from a cost standpoint on which direction we'd like to head. So if it ends up being a fixed dock because of costs, I would be okay with that. Initially, I think the direction that we should head is to gather some more information in terms of cost and permitting. I know that a question that I would ask you would be, what kind of time frame do you think? And I know that that's a moving target. Maybe you could answer that question. Maybe you can't. Let's just say if we were to go with a fixed dock without a floating dock, what do you think in terms of time frame and then also cost of construction?
Yeah, you're not going to like my answer on time frame. The DEP by law has to respond quickly. I think they have 45 days to review, but the Army Corps does not. So the Army Corps can take a year or even more just to evaluate and decide on whether they're going to permit something. We can get a flavor for where it's going by pre-application meetings and discussions, but the Army Corps does not work under a time frame, and oftentimes we've seen that those can exceed a year to get a permit on a simple project like this. From a cost perspective, again, it would depend on what kind of railings we use. If we use composite decking, how wide we did it, how long we did it. If we did it on the east side, it would be cheaper. We have less dock going out because the water gets deeper, or the water gets deeper more quickly. So you could put you could decide that you don't want it to survive a Category 5 storm. Like I said, most residential docks, most facilities will not hold up to even a minimal hurricane storm. And oftentimes municipalities make that decision of how much do we want to take that risk and basically self-insure that project. And so all those things figure into the cost. A fixed dock could be built for $50,000. A fixed dock could be built for $125,000. It would just depend upon all those amenities and the size that you wanted to make it.
Okay. My recollection is that when we rebuilt this ramp several years ago, it took years. It took years to get through permitting, although it seemed as if it was a simple request. I assume that if we were to decide to apply for some pre-application meetings, that you would be our consultant on that. Are you on retainer with the city right now?
Yes,
Okay.
Cardinal has a contract with the city.
Yeah. So you're with Cardinal.
Yes, sir.
Got it. So I think that would be my preferred route, is to have some of those pre-app meetings to kind of gauge the temperature of the different organizations, and then based on that, maybe come back to this board and seek a little bit more direction on your findings or on staff's findings. It's definitely something that I think that we need, although there's definitely a balance in costs and also the time for construction. So I support it. However, I'd like to have some of those questions answered before moving forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. It was pretty detailed. I just had a couple questions for you. It mentions a couple times the words thorough review. Is that kind of your way of saying that it's unlikely to be approved, or you don't know whether it'll be approved? What's the thorough review mean for us?
A lot of times when the agencies perform a thorough review on something, it takes longer. They ask for more information. Because it's an aquatic preserve, that's going to already raise a red flag. Because there's a significant seagrass pocket in the area, that's going to be a concern. So all of those things will increase the scrutiny on the project and will increase the review comments in time.
Okay. And then you broke out the cost between design, construction, and permitting, and you had some minimum, maximum kind of ballpark figures there. Can you give me that in total? So what's the total minimum cost we might be looking at, and the total maximum cost we might be looking at?
Okay, so if I do some quick math, maybe a minimum cost, again, depending on what side, it's really tough to give you a price on construction of something that we don't really know what we're constructing, but let's say 120,000 to I don't know, 200,000 on the floating dock and the fixed dock concept. And the bulkhead design, which again is one or two walls, a little more robust and keeps the sand off the ramp. You're talking about a total cost of 280. And I guess I could make that a range, but I mean, there's a lot of different options for all of these. There's a lot of configurations for all these options. And so again, I apologize for being vague, but it's difficult to give you too much specificity.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. And then this isn't a question for you necessarily. It might be for our city manager or somebody involved with it. I just forget. This was a while ago during budget season that we first mentioned this. How much money did we set aside for this, if anything?
I don't think we have anything set aside yet.
Nothing. I remember it was talked about.
And nothing, I know we talked about it, nothing at present, nothing set aside.
Okay.
How much, Tom? Say it again.
Nothing set aside.
Zero?
Zero, yes, sir.
Okay. So I understand the need to go out and get more information about it. Maybe that's necessary to determine whether the cost is going to be worth it on this, but that's just something that concerns me. Once we start talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars on this, I start to get a little shaky on that. But I mean, if it's the will of the board to go get more information on it, I understand that, because we're just talking about ballpark figures. But yeah, I'm telling you, like, if it's that almost 300,000 option, that 280 option, that's not something I would support.
Commissioner Ticuras?
Thank you, Mayor. Largely, my comments are included in a memorandum that I did at your request some time ago for Mr. Kalouris's concept. I also did one in the initial memorandum that I did, included one on the west side of the boat ramp because of the reasons that Mr. Funchen stated with the migration of sand and things. But I think the city manager wanted just to focus on Mr. Kalouris's concept. So my observations really haven't changed anything from that memorandum. I do have some questions, though, with regard to accessibility. What are your thoughts on that? ADA accessibility.
ADA accessibility, I mean, generally speaking, with a 4-foot tidal range and the necessary geometry, you're going to get some ADA compliance with a gangway system with a floating dock, but you're not going to get ADA compliance at all times. And that's pretty consistent with almost any floating dock in Florida.
Yeah, that to me would be important from an accessibility, whether a choice between a fixed and a floating. I think you also have a traditional concept of the fixed with the gangway out to a floating dockhead. There's also the ability to do a fixed dock and put a floating dock on the protected side, which would be on the east side of the dock, on the east side, which would be a boat ramp that would come down to a very linear floating dock, which would be a combination of a fixed dock along with a floating dock on the side, which would give that structure a lot more strength than what you're showing up there. Again, I did this based on the concept that I was given, but I think that there's some design options that you can pursue there that would definitely form some synergism between the fixed dock and the floating dock to address that accessibility issue. That would be my recommendation. Do you understand what I'm saying? In other words, you've got this long fixed dock, and on the east side, which would be on the protected side from the Gulf, there would be this gangway that would come off a step, a gangway down, and then a linear dock that's actually attached to some of the pilings along the side. So that would give you a much better performing dock than what we're seeing up here. There is also kind of given that what we have right now, and this is really for Mr. Funchin and the city manager, two questions I have. Both, I guess, Mr. Funchin, you've been here long enough to know too. Has a dock ever been asked for before?
It's come up a number of years, not very often.
But not often, but it has come up.
I've had requests.
Have we ever done, has the city ever done a risk assessment from an insurance perspective? We've got a boat ramp there without a dock. Most boat ramps have a dock, but we don't. Is there any liability issues or risk associated with not having a dock?
I don't think we've ever done that.
We've not considered that in the past or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. And I guess that's the other part. The flip side of that is what is the risk if you put a dock in? What kind of a risk assessment? We would have to check with the Florida League of Cities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm all for pursuing, kind of looking in this a little further. I think if we're going to have a boat ramp out there, we really need to have some form of a way of allowing people to get on and off more easily. I'm not sure that the fixed dock is going to get us there. By the way, I did do a fixed dock not too long ago with a step down, and that wasn't a problem with DEP or the Army Corps at that time. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I've done one actually not too long ago. And but nevertheless, I don't think a fixed dock is the way to go. I think that there should be some kind of a fixed dock with a combination that would provide some synergism to provide the greatest strength that you have. I learned a long time ago never to make too many promises about Category 3 storms and structures that are, it'd be nice to have the dock, but if you don't have a beach, what good is the dock? And so that's going to be very heavily subject to sand migration due to storms and all kinds of things that can happen anyway. So I'm all for taking it to the next step. I think that we could look into it, probably maybe, what would you call it, kind of work on your design a bit better. If the commission would agree, kind of the way I was suggesting, maybe if there isn't any benefit, come back and say, no, there's no benefit. But I think that everyone would be happier that way. That would also provide some accessibility, which I think is very important, not so much for people that are handicapped or mobilely disadvantaged, but some of the elderly that might want to go for a ride on a pontoon boat or something like that, that now don't really have a way of getting on unless they're put on right there at the beach, and then they get shoved out. So I'm not sure how to structure this. Maybe, are we just providing guidance this evening? Is that it? How do you want to do this,
Well, yeah, we're
Mayor?
going to give them some guidance, what we expecting to see. If you finish, I have some recommendations.
Yeah, that was the recommendation as far as the style of the dock, the design of it. And I think, City Manager LaCourse, what do you want to see out of this? I guess you're the one that's going to have to work this? I mean, are you looking for the commission to say, okay, look at this, but no more than $20,000 worth of a look, or 30, or what do you want to do? Do you want to come back and give us something formal based on what the next step would be and what the cost would be on that?
Yes, like I said, we can see what it costs to get there. Again, I agree. Just a fixed dock, I don't know if that's going to accomplish what we wanted. So the idea of some form of the floating with it, and just come back and give you the price range to get a little bit of better design. I think the goal is to get to those pre-meetings and see what the hurdles are, because there's still a lot of hurdles that scare me with this presentation. If there's any more, you need to know it as a board before we go forward. So we can look at and see what that price is to do a little more, design enough that we can go to those pre-meetings. And if it's excessive, it's more than the 20,000 or so that I'm able to do with that consensus, that I can bring it back to you.
Okay. I do want to remind everyone that Mr. Kalouris brought this to us initially, I think right at the end of the budget cycle, which I think was late August perhaps, or early September, whatever. But the objective is to provide something that would allow people to get on and off the boats more easily. And if we need to keep that objective in mind, not the sake of just having a dock. Again, I guess based on the mayor's observation as well, a fixed dock isn't going to do it. So we need to have something else along the line of the floating dock.
If you finish.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Based on the explanation we got, looks like the east side of the ramp will be the more ideal place to have, because the water is deeper. But on the other hand, is looking the cost that was suggested is anywhere from $120,000 to $280. That's a big gap. We got to start thinking about knowing exactly what's going to cost, and because we need to start thinking about budgeting. So what I would like to see is that if we have a consensus of the board, is to ask Mr. Liqueurs to go back with our consultant and look and see what design is more comparable to the area, what's going to be closer. So we start thinking about, budgeting the cost, because right now we hear 120,000 to 280. I mean, it's not something that you can actually work with. But and also we have environmental issues that we have to when you do your design, then you have to bring them back to us. So seems like everybody's on the same page here, that we want you to come back with more information, with closer to see actually if you get a feeling from the different agencies that you have to see what you're going to do to get a permits, and also get close to what's going to cost. So we'll start thinking about financing that before we're making any decision.
Understood.
Everybody agrees with that? Vice Mayor, did you hear that?
Yes, sir, I did. I thought I recall from the budget season that we allocated like $25,000 to $75,000 to this as like an earmark for kind of like a stopgap for something to earmark it. So maybe, Mark, you could check that as well at the end of that budget meeting, just to confirm that there was some money put aside for this in this budget cycle.
Yes, I can check on that.
Okay. Mr. Liqueurs, you think you got direction you need?
Yes.
Everybody's okay with that? Okay. We're going to go to public comments to get the ideas from the people. If you have any comments, please come forward, state your name and your address for the record.
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I spend probably every single day at Sunset Beach rather, and I have not seen pretty much anybody needing a dock. Everybody seems to either beach their boat a little bit. It's very shallow. They get their vehicle in the trailer, and they put the trailer, in place, and they could either pull it up, or they have the wife or the partner bring it in. So my question is, every single person that uses that facility has a city parking permit. Has anybody sent them a questionnaire to see if this is even necessary? It's very easy to send out to all of the people that have, I think it's a $25 or $35 parking permit, and ask if there is a need for this before we even discuss whether we should be spending, six figures for something that may not be necessary. I don't believe that the fixed dock is useful in that area. It would be way too high, and you're probably going to have kids leaping off of it. I don't care what you put there as a sign to deter. Kids are kids, and they will leap off of it. And somehow or other, we will be sued as a city. So I don't believe in that. If we're going to do anything, I would go to do a floating dock, but you have to make sure that it's going to be useful. And I don't really see it as useful. So I would ask the people that use it on a day-to-day basis. I've launched my boat there a number of times, and it's probably the easiest place to launch. It's completely different situation than the Spring Bayou. Spring Bayou, if you have to launch your boat, it's deep water there. You're going to go and drown yourself. So this is a different situation. You could walk anywhere around there. And if you don't stay in that little channel, you're going to run aground. So I don't see the big need for this. And if there was going to be a need, it would be a floating dock. That would be my suggestion. But like I said, I would definitely ask the people that use it if this is something that is, causing them hindrance. I don't think it'll help the ADA people at all. Floating docks, when you get on, they're very shaky when they're floating. The only time they'd really be working well is when they're laying on the beach, which you explained that you don't even want this thing to be sitting on the beach, correct? So to me, you're bringing in a lot of liability at a cost for no reason. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tommy Calores, 906 West Bayshore Drive. Thank you all for your consideration and your time on this. Commissioner Vatkiotis, your memorandum was spot on, very accurate. Everything you said in that, everything he said, very accurate about the location, the depth. I use this ramp roughly 150, 180 days out of the year. 60 of those days are in a row. I run a business out of this ramp. There's absolutely a need for a dock at this ramp. I have clients that come to get on my boat at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're walking through water with mud on their feet. The beach is full of rocks. To say you can just beach your boat and walk to get your truck, if you have a strong west wind, strong northwest wind, northeast wind, you'll come back and your boat is gone. I've had it happen several times. So I agree that I think a floating dock is probably the best case here. A fixed dock, I agree with what this gentleman said. He's gone. I think it would be too high at low tide. I think a floating dock is probably the best design here in whatever way that could happen. East side, probably the best. The water is extremely shallow getting to the ramp, but that's not y'all's problem. That's an Army Corps problem. So I think that what you guys said here tonight is accurate as far as where the ramp needs to go. I agree with everybody's thoughts on the floating ramp. I think that's probably the best case scenario here. I don't know if this is an option, but there is an observation dock or deck there. If maybe we can build off of that, build a gangway off of that down to a floating dock with a simple bulkhead, maybe 4 or 5 pilings to hold a floating dock. I don't know. That's not my department. I don't know. While we're on the subject of Sunset Beach, if there's any way we can get it opened earlier in the morning, that would be extremely helpful for anybody who's looking to get out on the water before the sun comes up. I know you can you can contest to that, and so can Townsend. That's all I have to say about it. I want to thank everybody for your consideration on it again, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Panayoti School Yas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I was just going to mention what Tommy did about that extra dock area that was built back in the 90s. It's about right where those two trees are to the east of that white land, the boat ramp. But we also, once you create that, you're going to bring more people, more citizens are going to come over there. And it's already an issue with boat ramp, boats and their trucks and trailers. You're going to need more parking. And we still haven't figured out a third boat ramp in town. Have you guys been talking behind the works about a potential boat ramp, a third one in town, and any options you may have? Because it's not going to stop the clutter over by the Spring Bayou, and it's not going to stop the clutter over here. Actually, it's going to create more at Sunset Beach. So just some things to consider.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails are received.
Thank you. Mr. Jam, do we have anybody online that wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand. And sir, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Nicholas Tabus, 1427 Mears Boulevard. As somebody that uses the Sunset Beach to kick off on the boat ramp, I definitely do think a dock is needed. I mean, yeah, a dock is needing. A floating dock obviously would be the best choice when it's too high. I mean, it obviously makes issues for people trying to get on a boat from a fixed dock. But a floating dock would be best. And like Tommy Caloris said, you have to wade into the water to get onto a boat, and trying to bring my yacht out on the boat or any older person, let alone ADA, it's causing it. It's an issue. So we talked about possibly doing a risk assessment. Well, we don't even really have to do a risk assessment to know it's riskier to have people waiting on a slippery concrete area to try to get out onto a boat than it would be from any type of dock, fixed or floating. So that's what I have to say. I would, definitely cost is something that would be of concern. It sounds like it's going to be pretty expensive, but I do think that it is a good idea, especially because the Bayou launch, that dock there is just too small anyways. I mean, you really can't even get too many boats around there. And when it's busy over there, it is a big problem. So I'm in support of it. Thank the commissioners and the city for bringing this up. And, these are the types of agenda items that the citizens of Tarpon Springs want to see, projects for the citizens of Tarpon Springs. So thanks again.
Thank you. Mr. Jam, do you have anybody else online?
Anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Mr. Licorice, you got a clear direction, I think, right?
Yes.
Thank you. We go to the item number 2, which is the strategic plan update, Police Department. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable Board of Commissioners. Can you hear me with the mask? Am I good? I want to thank the city attorney for the invocation and the mayor for mentioning Deputy Michael Magley. Myself, Major Young, Teresa Conduct's in the audience tonight. I see Sergeant Brock, our honor guard. We all attended the funeral today. These are not easy things. In my 32 years, I've unfortunately had to see too many law enforcement officers in this area killed in the line of duty. May the deputy rest in peace. I wanted to close out tonight our 5-year strategic plan. Strategic planning is really essential for the leadership team. If you don't have a strategic plan in police work, it's kind of like a ship in the ocean with no destination, period. So it really defines where you're going. And I've always believed one of the key things about a strategic plan is keep them simple and real and engage everybody from the top down, bottom up. And this plan, all the officers, the commission, our crime watch groups, our command staff, everybody has their fingerprints on it. That's what makes the plan real. That's what makes things, basically being able to be accomplished. I've seen way too many agencies in the past that have these really, fine examples, a strategic plan that's 200 pages long and it sits on a shelf and it looks pretty, but it really accomplishes nothing. So we really tried to avoid all that. But this will probably be my last time, obviously, before I retire on March 11th, that I really get to brag about the men and women of the Tarpon Springs Police Department. I like to call them Tarpon's finest. It's been a privilege serving with these men and women all these years. They're just awesome people. So if you look at our plan, it's pretty simple. It's laid out with the mission statement, vision, values. I've been known in walk around the halls of the police department with our new recruits, giving them about a week or two, and I'll go up to them and ask them what our 5 core values are, and they need to know it because we need to start incorporating these values as a part of our culture into the new officers that come onto the department. Strategic plan also has a SWOT analysis, stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. One of the things I see, and it would be Major Young and his leadership team's challenge, is basically the gap between baby boomers, Gen X, and the millennial generation. A lot of my generation are starting to retire, and there's a huge gap in these leadership positions going down to the millennial generation. It's going on all over the country. So it's going to be a big challenge over time to fill these positions. And, a lot of people are going to have to step up, which they will. They've always done, and take on these leadership roles. But, that again is going to be a challenge that I think will always be present. Our strategic plan really centers around 4 goals. Goal 1 is really the meat and potatoes of everything. The rest of the goals really are our support functions and logistical functions. But goal 1 really lays out a lot of the things that we do, from code enforcement, crime prevention, cops and kids, our foot patrols, our bike patrols, all these unique programs that our department's been known for, our cops program in the schools. I mean, these are the essential grassroots programs that I think makes our department unique and awesome. So, and everything else really is in support of that. Your logistics, your infrastructure, everything really supports those types of services that we put out. Every year we form a committee and we kind of gauge ourselves, see how we were doing with the plan, what our accomplishments were, what we did, what we didn't do. The last year of the plan, obviously with COVID hitting, is a little difficult to really close out that plan because that threw a curveball on some things. So the best thing to do here is to kind of talk to you guys about the strategic plan. This plan is still in effect, but the new chief coming in will decide how he wants to move forward with a new strategic plan or however that's going to work out. But obviously, that's not my place anymore. The new chief will decide how they're going to move in that direction. But one of the things I want to kind of close out on a positive note. There are a lot of really great accomplishments that our agency's done. I've been with the agency 32 years. I've been at command level for 21 years, chief for 10. I've seen a lot. I'm really proud of the agency. So some of the things, one of the big accomplishments was us getting accredited. And we are accredited by the Florida Commission for Accreditation. And the Florida Commission for Accreditation is recognized as a premier state accrediting agency throughout the country. So we got our initial accreditation in 2012. We got reaccredited in 2015. And we got reaccredited in 2018. And some of the summaries are pretty amazing. And again, it's a credit to the men and women of the Tarpon Springs Police Department. But if you read these summaries, the first one in 2012, now these are professionals from all over Florida that are looking at our agency from top to bottom. Tarpon Springs Police Department is clearly a top-notch agency. This is in 2012. And the quality of law enforcement provided knows that the town of Tarpon Springs is exceptional. It is evident that Tarpon Springs Police Department is operating in the spirit and intent of Florida's accreditation program. Tarpon Springs Police Department does a good job of preparing for this accreditation assessment. The command staff and members of this agency have embraced accreditation as a way of doing business on a daily basis. December 2015, reaccreditation. Overall conclusions. Tarpon Springs Police Department is a very professional organization of men and women who see accreditation as a way of doing everyday business. It is without reservation, the assessment team recommends to the commission that the Tarpon Springs Police Department be reviewed favorably for reaccreditation status. December 2018. And I know the mayor was there with us. There were several other commissioners there with us when we went before the commission. This is some of the summary for 2018, our reaccreditation. Tarpon Springs Police Department is a professional agency that exemplifies the meaning of accreditation. The agency is committed to the process, and this is evident from the chief of police down to the newest member of the agency. The assessment team was impressed with the agency. The team unanimously recommends Tarpon Springs Police Department for reaccreditation. So I was really proud of that, really proud of the department, the men and women. They really embraced it. Everything is about the culture. And I've always believed in decentralizing command and control as much as you can and putting it right down on the line level. You know, where the rubber hits the road. Let those sergeants, Sergeant Brocky's one of them back there, let the sergeants, the officers, and corporal give them the flexibility to make decisions, to be creative, and to do their job. That's the key. That's the key with leadership right there. So some of the areas of our overall accomplishments from this 5-year period, general areas, we added 4 sworn positions. We now have a sworn officer in every public elementary school within our city, to include the middle school and the high school. We've hired and implemented a crime analyst. We're in the process of implementing body-worn camera program. And for the record, the city manager and I were talking about this way before the George Floyd homicide, trying to stay ahead of the curve with technology and how it works with law enforcement. Continue to enhance social media outlet for crime prevention and crime tips, training. We have a mandatory crisis response team training for the entire department. We've continued with our racial intelligence training, really key kind of training. We trained all of our officers in 2016 in procedural justice training. We implemented all kinds of vehicles for hurricanes, drone program. We have 2 vessels ready for any kind of water event if we need to do rescue events or help the fire department. Some of the awards with our department. We were awarded #1 in the state of Florida for traffic survey initiatives in 1020. February 2019, we were reaccredited for a second time, which I had mentioned, from Florida Commission of Law Enforcement Accreditation, with remarks again as a flawless agency. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, our accreditation manager says he's never heard that before, and he goes all over the whole state. Again, testament to the men and women of the Tarpon Springs Police Department. 2016, Tarpon Springs Canine Dobies, awesome dog, came in #1 in the whole USA. The whole United States, folks. After national competitions in Philadelphia. He's an awesome dog. He's now retired. But that canine unit was one of the best in the country, hands down. 2017, TSPD Canine Dobies came in 3rd in narcotics detection, 4th in room searches in the entire United States. 2019, Canine Dobies approaching the end of his police career. He showed he still got it. He received his certification for narcotics from the USPCA and took home the following awards for Region 1 in the United States, which encompass Florida, Southern Georgia, and Southern Alabama. 1st place for top dog for narcotics, 1st place for detector indoor, 1st place for detector outdoor, 1st place for detector overall, 1st place detector interdepartmental team. I have a German Shepherd, and I've been known to take her to the police department to run around and play with Ernie. I am a big supporter of our canine unit. I love Tommy to death, and they are a testament to the agency and to the city. So as I phase out on March 11th, I am so proud of the men and women of the Tarpon Springs Police Department. My heart will always be with them. I'm a big part of them. I started here as a 22-year-old kid. And contrary to what you may hear in these chambers, this police department is awesome. So with that, I'll open up to any questions.
Police Chief Cochin, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the update on the 5-year police strategy plan that you provided us all these years, which includes not only the regular policing functions that our police department has, but so many other good programs that you have included, including the SRO, the youth programs, the outreach program, the neighborhood crime watch, the K9 unit, and many more that I don't remember. But I want to thank everyone, and I mean everyone in our police department, for being committed to public safety and the continue to improve the quality of life to our citizens. As you have stated, on December 2018, I had the opportunity to be with you attending the state of Florida accreditation process. I could tell you that I was so proud and so pleased to hear the comments that they were made by the examiners to our police department. It couldn't I just cannot remember all the good words that they say, including that they were almost perfect. Because everything that they actually examined, it was nothing but the best. Personally, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your professionalism, your leadership that you provided to the city of Tarpon Springs, and always going to be gratitude to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Carr. you
Thanks,
there?
Mayor. Yes, sir. I'm here.
See your picture now.
Can you see me now?
No.
You can hear me though, right?
Remove that presentation. Oh, here you are.
Okay. Nice to be back. Chief, thank you so much for your presentation. I know this is going to be the last time you present your strategic plan before the board. I do just want to say 2020 has obviously been a challenging year. Police departments have been under heavy scrutiny over the past years. And I believe Tarpon Springs has really done the best under your leadership, staying ahead of the game, staying ahead of the different technologies that are coming in place, and really embracing the whole the Tarpon Springs' own police force. It's not a state trooper. It's not just a sheriff's department where you have officers that are just there to enforce the law. A lot of the officers are really immersed into the city. If it's in the Little League, if it's on the first Fridays that you'd see, they're really interacting with the residents, and a lot of different things are going on. So I'm very proud to stand behind you and support the police department fully. Thank you for the update and your final presentation on this. All the best as you approach your retirement, and looking forward to some further discussions with you. And then also the next an agenda item later on tonight with Major Young. So again, please just share our appreciation to the whole department as a whole. We know that Tarpon Springs wouldn't be the same without our police force. And just also thank them for their services, keeping us all safe and everything that they do, from the sacrifices they give up with their own families to really fulfill their job and their duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Chief, I'm going to echo the similar comments along the line of just being so proud of y'all in the department. I appreciate the strategic plan update, and it's going to be a sad day when we lose you as the chief, but looking forward to your retirement party, and certainly looking forward to Chief Young stepping up into the leadership role. You mentioned the police accreditation, which in 2012, the recommendation, actually a little bit before 2012, to get the PD accredited came through the Budget Advisory Committee, as you'll remember.
That's correct. Yes.
And
yes.
As chairman of the Budget Advisory in 2012, almost 10 years ago, I remember that when a member of the board made that recommendation, that it was a little bit like, for me, it seemed like it was a little bit out of our purview as a Budget Advisory Committee to make this recommendation to not only you as the chief, but also to the Board of Commissioners at the time. But I can tell you that that is probably one of the better votes that we took on that committee, on the Budget Advisory Committee, because it led to this. It led to the PD being accredited not once but twice, having outstanding reviews through that accreditation process, and really giving y'all the credit that you truly deserve. I can't think of Tarpon Springs as a community without our own PD. Y'all are part of our community 100%. And I feel like that is not only something that makes us a full service community, but it definitely makes us who we are. I share a memory with soon to be Chief Young on a time that he came to my grandparents' house years and years ago, when he was, still just active on patrol. And for me, that just speaks volumes to knowing our officers, being neighbors with our officers, and having that face that we recognize in times of need. So you've shown, or shined, I guess, not only in the good times, but more importantly in the bad. You've weathered some really tough and challenging times in our community, with the loss of officer conduct and other times in your history as chief that really were a significant challenge. So I just can't give enough congratulations to you, and can't give enough thanks to you for your time as chief, and also just your time in service in the uniform. So please give our thanks and congratulations to the rest of the department, and look forward to y'all continue to shining throughout the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Dunn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Coach. And I mean, it's an awesome strategic plan. It's simple, it's to the point, but it really it's genuine. And like you said, you know, your officers know it. You're the living embodiment of it. I mean, I know you're too humble to take credit for any of it, but really, when I see those values on there, I think of you. I mean, congratulations on your retirement. It's so well deserved, but I'm going to miss you as a leader in our city. I mean, we couldn't have asked for better, so I appreciate you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner T. Curtis.
Thank you. Chief Coach, and a couple of points. First, thank you for the strategic plan. Thank you for having a strategic plan and recognizing the importance of it. That's something that I'm very proud that our police department has one. You told me about that a long time ago, and it works. Also, that goal number 1, and I kind of lost my screen here on that. If you wanted to read that for me, if you could.
Maintain and enhance community service and partnerships.
Right. I've been, I don't want to say I've followed the police department, but I've been involved in different parts of its history, and it's come an extremely long way. It's become more and more complicated, challenging, technology-driven. The fads come and go, but our police department remains rock solid in terms of traditional policing. And back in March of 1996, when I was city manager, the residents spoke solidly and supported the police department. They were very proud of their police department, although prior to that time, there were some rocky times and things. But as I said, we've evolved and we've really committed ourselves to quality. At that time, if you recall, and many of the older folks might recall, I know the city manager does because he was police chief, Sheriff Everett Rice was pursuing taking the policing functions over for some of the small cities in the North County, primarily Safety Harbor, Dunedin, and Oldsmar, and we were on his target list as well. And we had a mayor at that time, Ms. Protos, that hung strongly with our police department, not only suggested that we keep our police department, but put it up to the residents to make that decision. Not only did the residents decide to keep our police department, but they also said, we don't want the commission to have the authority to disband the police department. We want to have the authority.
Correct.
For a variety of reasons, you know, the politics back then. So way back, the residents made a pact with the police department, and that pact remains strong today. I've never heard anybody, you can hear the little complaints here and there, but generally if you give them the decision of having a police department, not having a police, you never heard one person say, no, we don't want a police department, we should go with the sheriff. I think they recognize the fact that we've got a police chief that works for that man at the end who's a city manager. If we had the sheriff's department here, I don't know how many layers before you got to another person that was an elected official, had nothing to do with the governing body of the community. So there's a lot of things we've lost in terms of the history to recognize how we got from at that time to where we are now. And I think that former chiefs, Nick Pappas's, some of these guys, the old timers, all the way back to Rube Jones, did a fabulous job for Tarpon Springs, and it's always been there, and I hope it always continues that way. As far as the police department today, I think Major Young is going to be taking over a relatively, I'm speaking because I don't know any better, relatively trouble-free police department because of your leadership, and I very much appreciate that. It could have been just the opposite, you know, but in this particular case, I'm very, very proud that we can say that. So I don't know whether I want to wish you well now. I know you've got a retirement ceremony on March 11th. I'm planning on being there and seeing you there. But I wanted to express my gratitude for what you've done and what the police department does for its residents. And I'm sure the entire community feels the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember that vote well in '96. And I believe our police chief at the time, who's now our city manager, had an old saying, the line in the sand is across the road. And that was always directed at the sheriff's department. So, it's been an honor serving you guys. I've been going to commission meetings forever, and my heart will always be with the city. And Jeff, you're an awesome guy. We've come up together, and the department is primed for Jeff to take over. He's a good man, and he's going to do a great job, Jeff, and I always wish you well. My heart will always be with you. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comments. Do we have anyone that wishing to speak on this item?
Panayotis Skoulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. We're only going to speak positive tonight. I have nothing negative to say. I will say as of January 6th, I was one of those people going back and forth. Sheriff's Department, Tarpon Springs, our own. But when I realized, I mean, literally had an epiphany, no pun intended, that if we didn't have the Tarpon Springs Police Department, our own, we may have not had epiphany. So there's certain things in town that's very important that we have our own police department. And this is not a criticizing thing, but if we've become flawless as part of the FDLE accreditation, let's try to move forward towards the CALIA accreditation. It's the gold standard. I know we have the ability to do it, and it'll just bring a little bit more transparency. I would ask to join the Pinellas County Task Force in the near future, as well as racial classes that we're talking about. Can we please have diversity in the police department? We need it. It's not saying we're racist because we're only bringing in white officers. We're not saying any of that, but we got to have diversity between Black officers, even Greek, just diversified a little bit. We got to be able to reach back out to the community. I don't know if the police department does do this, and I've thought about it at times, host little events, within the community to bring it together. And before I end, I've never had a chance to speak to Mrs. Conduct. I just want to say, as a 16-year-old, I was arrested and
Mr. Coulias, this way, please.
Oh, I was going to say everything great. Please.
Direct
Any
comments here.
All right. Well, long story short, Mr. Conduct was a witness to my trial. And from that time at 16 years old, when I saw him testify, he spoke nothing but the absolute truth. He was a very honest man. I could see in his eyes, he was just a great soul. So I don't know if I'd ever be able to see Mrs. Conduct again, but I did have a personal experience with him that was awesome, and I never forgot it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? I hear none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails were received.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Next item is item number 3, strategic planning and update. Mr. Licouris, I guess Ms. Vincent will be doing the presentation, huh?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Wanted to get back with you following up on the discussion that we had back in October on the potential for development of a strategic plan, holistic strategic plan for the city of Tarpon. At that point in time, we discussed the idea as well as the coordinating aspects with the update of the comprehensive plan. Since that time, I had the opportunity to do some additional work on this. I wanted to come back and kind of brief the board on where we are and get some further direction. We've had a lot of data gathering over the last 2 months, identifying what we're already doing as a city. All the various, the police department has a strategic plan, the fire department strategic plan, department work plans, a lot of different action plans. Things are currently being developed, like the sustainability action plan. So there's a lot of work that's already going on, and really as we talked about, having kind of that other holistic kind of strategic plan to work with all of these things that we're already doing, could be advantageous for the city. I did reach out to 2 consulting entities, University of USF, their Institute of Government, as well as Collaborative Labs, which is affiliated with St. Pete College. Those 2 entities either would be express very willingness to work with the city on whatever direction we would want to go. If I have to characterize, and I had several staff members that sat in on those consultations, so it wasn't just me. If I had to characterize, those two different entities, I think USF, they would take this and run soup to nuts. If we want to go with an entity that would just take it and do this for, with the city. And I would say probably the more traditional strategic plan approach that you would think about. Collaborative labs is a much more, they provide much more shorter, intense collaboration efforts, focusing on kind of discrete topics. So, if we needed a service that can get us through maybe the initial visioning, focus areas, mission, strategy development, and things of that nature, they can do that just as well. So, both of those entities, I think, can bring the services to the table that we would want. The USF provided a fairly comprehensive proposal to us without pricing. We can go back and ask pricing if you want to go that route. Collaborative Labs did provide some pricing information on how they do their intense focus groups, so we have a little bit of pricing information from them. So the other thing that I developed, and again, this is all very draft, but in the backup, you have this, I can just call it a strategic plan, work plan, and this, identifies, if we were going to do this inside with some consultant assistance, I've laid out, some steps to get from A to B to develop a strategic plan for the city. I'm not going to go through these in detail. They're in front of you. And, a potential timeline. The other thing on the right side of that spreadsheet, it identifies Board of Commissioners, staff, consultant, and community, and the different roles, whether they're a lead, a participant, or a support role. So there will be strategic points along the way where we need the community involved. Some of it may just be board and commission involvement. Some of it may be consultant-led, or maybe they're just a support role. So this is just an initial scope that I put together. I'm not married to this, but I promised you I would bring back some semblance of a work plan. We've identified a staff person for each department and division that is ready to go down this path if we choose to go there. And so, the other thing that's on this is I have identified, to the best of our ability, all the existing kind of city work plans, action plans, existing engagement efforts. There's a lot going on that we can already draw on. And so, if nothing else, we have a comprehensive list here. I heard another one tonight that I didn't put on the list, the seawall master plan. So, my first, goal in this was really to wrap my arms around what are we already doing and what can we draw on that would go into a strategic plan. The last thing that's attached, and again, just an example document of, of a layout for a strategic plan. I mean, and again, it's all kind of placeholder, but that particular layout matches up with that work plan that I provided to you. So again, it's all draft. It's obviously need direction from the board as to how and when we want to proceed. And with that, I'll just stop and answer questions and hopefully get some feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Vincent. I'm looking at all the backup information that you provide us. Seems like the USF is more traditional consultant, where the SPC is more of a facilitator, that, we're going to be more involved in providing the information for them. So they're just going to lead us to a point that we can actually, do the work. In your professional opinion, which style do you prefer in order to be able to accomplish that? Because going with the facilitators, you're going to need to have more involvement, if I understand this correctly. Where the other one, the USF, is more of the guiders to go through it.
I think if you want, I think USF will take, they clearly, I mean, this is what they do. Right. So if you want to have this be driven by kind of that neutral third party, and I'm not opposed to that at all, at least, maybe for this first development of a new strategic plan for the city, which we haven't had for quite some time, then, they're gonna walk us through step by step and work with the public, work with the board, and work with staff. And it's, so you're gonna get a very, outside kind of, best practices model to develop that strategic plan. If the other route with collaborative labs, I would say, yes, you're going to have to probably have more staff time involved to try to kind of to manage the project. And we would use collaborative labs for, again, those where we need consensus and we need engagement and we need to get it done quickly. Collaborative labs excels at that. I don't know if you've used them or been to any of their facilitation sessions before, but they're very good at what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, I would be very comfortable working with either entity. I think if collaborative labs, we're going to need to be in the driver's seat a little bit more, kind of perhaps using this work plan as a guide and bringing them in. I think with USF, they would do the same thing, or they would take it and just run with it soup to nuts and get us there through that proposal that they've provided.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking you this question is we don't have any strategic plan right now.
Right.
So we need to have a foundation
Right.
in order to be built on it. And if we have, in my opinion, the USF that you already are doing it and they have the process already in place, I think it's going to be easier for us. Maybe later when it's time to modify it or to build on that later, and then we can use a facilitator to bring us to the next level. So that's my opinion. The other thing is in your backup information, it says that the city of Bel Air has already been using the USF. Did you had a chance to talk to them to?
I did not reach out to Bel Air directly. I just stuck with talking with USF. That was just one example that they threw out. They're not complete yet. They kind of got stymied by COVID, so I think they haven't actually completed theirs yet. So I didn't want to bother them when it wasn't kind of done at this point. So.
The other question that I have is, do we know any customers of the SPC that they already completed the work to see exactly how did it go?
For a strategic plan, I'm not aware. I didn't specifically ask them to provide me an example of a city strategic plan. I can go back and ask that. I guess I should have. I didn't.
Yeah.
But they I guess part of it's because I'm very familiar with how they work. And so with them, I think we would be, they would help us get to the consensus and the collaboration.
Yeah.
But I think it would take more of our staff time and input
Right.
to lead that with them as opposed to USF kind of running with it.
I'm leaning towards USF, in my opinion, just because we have, every department's got its own way of doing things. They have an action plan. They have, some of them have strategic plans. So you got to combine all those together and make one. So I think the USF would be the one to do that now. And perhaps later on we can, go to SPC. Do you think it would be possible for them to give us some kind of a presentation and give us examples of things that they do, even if they do that online?
Yes, absolutely. They would be more than happy. Either entity would be happy to come and talk to the board. They could, online. I will say that both of them have responded to the COVID situation with adapting everything that they do to where if you need to be in an online or, an electronic environment, they can still work with us and work through those processes. They've modified their work to be able to work in this environment as well.
Okay. And you're going to be the focal point for them, right?
I will be happy to continue to be a coordinating contact for however this plays out. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr, any comments on that?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. So if I understand correctly, Renee, there's 3 different approaches. There's one that's just fully driven by staff, 2 start to finish by USF, and then 3 hybrid between staff and the SBC company collaborative something, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
I would not put out right now that a purely staff-driven strategic plan is not what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
I've identified in the work plan at a minimum some touch points along the way where we need, some consultant services to help us, especially at the beginning, because we need this needs to be done in a manner that is collective and involves the public, and we get off on the right foot. And so that's where I think the consultant help is just very valuable. I don't want to, I would never do this intentionally, but I just don't want there to be an idea that there's a bias being from the get-go if it's something that's driven by staff. So I very much would want the consultant assistance, whether it's from USF or from Collaborative Labs, in this process. So I would not propose a completely staff-driven process.
Okay, thank you. Can you at least get some information from USF on what the cost would be? And you can email that to us of some sort. Overall, either way, I'm happy to support one of the plans. I'm not leaning one way or another in this situation. I'm happy that first I want to go back and Stan, like you started back in the summer with the city. And I do want to say that I believe our planning department has developed into one of the top planning departments in the Bay Area with your leadership. We've had a lot that's come out of your department since then. We've had a lot of different plans come out also. So first I just want to say thank you for taking this one by the horns and moving forward with it. So to go back though, I'm happy to have some more discussion amongst the board, but I'd like to at least have an idea what the cost would be. Some of the things I do have concerns about is when you have someone from the outside, if they don't totally grasp the whole community feel or a community desire of Tarpon Springs, of the staff, of the Board of Commission, and if they just take this by themselves and do some focus groups, and then they bring it back and say, well, this is what everybody else in the country does. This is what you need to do. That's one concern I would have, but I would lean on your expertise to help communicate with the commission through the city manager on what can be done further. So at the end of the day, I'm happy to support either of them. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Renee, thanks for running with this based on the board's direction earlier, or I guess last year. I don't like to think that we don't have a plan. I know that I feel like we have somewhat of a plan in aspects of our community related to the comprehensive plan and also like the special area plan as it relates to growth and development, things like that. So I think that we're not totally flying blind, although I do understand and appreciate the importance of having a strategic plan on this level. So for me, obviously, I'm interested in the cost associated with it. Right, in the past, I've not been a big proponent of consultants coming into town and kind of telling us what we should do, although I understand the importance of it. So for me, the way I envision it is to start with our staff and our board and our advisory boards and our department heads and our citizens on what, we find is important more so than we already know in an area in which we'd like to go. And then have the consultant come in when we have quite a bit of direction that we'd like to give them or information that we can give them to work with, and utilize the consultant to really help us with the drafting and the creation of said strategic plan. And then I'd like for it to come back to the community, let's say, city staff, this commission, and other advisory boards, to then kind of, add, subtract, tweak, and modify what's been presented to us or what's been crafted by the consultant. I think that once we get to that point where we're going to select someone, I would like to use USF, but I also definitely want to have an idea of cost. I see that in page 2 at the beginning of your memo, it talks a little bit about costs. And I guess this is some of the upfront stuff.
That's the Collaborative Labs.
That's Collaborative Labs. Right.
Correct.
Okay.
USF didn't give us a cost breakdown when they provided the proposal. Collaborative Labs volunteer that, what just their kind of facilitation costs are.
Gotcha. So I guess if you were to walk through it with Collaborative Labs, it's not one or the other, right? It's the full day, then it goes to the focus groups, and then I guess you can select multiple options?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just some, some baseline pricing so that, we could, if we know how we want to use them, we could come up with a ballpark figure of what, at what touch points along the way we would be using them, whether it would be a big focus group or if it would be, their full day engagement, that might be something that, up front where you would want to use them. So they're just trying to provide a pricing breakdown. I think, if we know exactly what we want to use them for, we can fine tune this and get a more solid cost proposal out of them as well.
Okay. And just, kind of quickly, the cliff notes, in what areas do you think regarding this strategic plan that we are currently deficient?
We're deficient. I would say, and not just with the strategic plan, I think even with the comprehensive plan, which is why I was very interested in trying to marry up the visioning aspect, so that we have a common vision that's applying long range as well as, short and mid range. So, I really think that initial effort to me is what is really key to, identifying those, what are those like 5 or 6 really key focus areas for the city? What are those areas? And what are we already doing? So because there's a whole litany of things we're already doing. To your point, we're not flying blind. We have a lot of things. What fits in where? And then what are the gaps? And so, if I think what you're asking me is what are those gaps? I haven't done that exercise myself at this point, but I think, I think it would be tremendously helpful to have this, and we probably can't get this done soon enough to really inform this year's budget, but future budget cycles, I think, is where this will help the board as well as staff when we're trying to bring budgets forward in the future. And so I think that's what is lacking right now. So yeah, I don't know if I completely answered your question. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a loaded question by any means. I guess it goes back to my initial thought, right, which is how I'd like to start the process. So I really feel that it's crucial for this board or you and your staff or other departments to give some serious guidance to whatever consultant we have regarding this strategic plan, right? Like, I don't want to just say, hey, guys, give us a strategic plan. I want to be able to provide them with enough input. 1, this is what we're doing that we think we're doing good. 2, this is where we think we're deficient. 3, this is how we wanted to help us, et cetera. So for me, I think that's where it begins. I think it begins with this board and you and your staff. And then from there, then we can talk about having somebody come in and spend some man hours to where we're not just loading your department with, the busy work of putting the plan together, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. But ultimately, I think it needs to, the ideas needs to start with this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Benson, for bringing this forward in your initial proposal here. I mean, I got a lot of notes on it. It's kind of hard. I feel like we're flying blind a little bit as far as not knowing the price. I mean, so that's definitely something that, just point blank, we're going to need to know is the price for USF. Because I was a little bit, concerned with the cost of collaborative lab because they're doing it per day and per hour. And I mean, knowing our commission and our city, I mean, that, we're sitting here at 10:30 at night on what, agenda item 3, I think. I mean, that's stuff that's going to take a long time. So I don't want to rush it by doing, hey, we have 1 day to do this workshop and, you're going to spend another $8,000 tomorrow if you don't do that. So that pricing schedule concerns me a little bit, but I don't know, maybe USF does the same type of pricing schedule, or maybe it's a package, that kind of thing. But I definitely don't want to rush it with the collaborative lab process and say, hey, this is going to be an intense session. We're going to be here for 8 hours. And then, that's going to turn into next day and next day, next day. That just concerns me that we're going to try to rush through it. It's going to be of lower quality than it would if we did it on our own over time. So that's my thoughts on the cost of collaborative lab. One thing I did notice from the USF outline that I think is good to steal no matter what we do, whether we use USF or not, is the employee workshop. I think that's something that, just in my experience taking strategic planning classes, that's something
Yes.
that a lot of cities overlook, is any input from the employees at all. It's natural to start thinking, hey, we need to have the commission's input. Hey, we need to have the citizens' input. But so often, you produce that document and the employees are going to be the ones that have to live it out day to day.
Right.
And they're just completely absent from the process. So I think it's really important that they're involved, with the process. Also, I'm okay with kind of outlining where we want to go with the strategic plan before we get in touch with one of these consultants. But I think to a certain degree, we either need to, jump in or not with them. And a lot of that just has to do with it being a data-driven process. Because, if we say, hey, we'll just meet with everybody, we'll do our own surveys, then we'll hand it to them and say, hey, help us with this strategic plan. I don't think that's going to cut it with them. I think they're going to have their own type of survey that they want to do, their own type of questions that they want to ask, their own stakeholder analysis. So I'm fine getting it set up from like an outline perspective of saying, hey, this is what we kind of want it to look like, or here's the areas we want to focus on. I think that's all good. But I don't know that we can, do the process on our own for some parts, then bring in the consultant for this part, then do, I think it might be better either do it all on our own or have a consultant hold our hand throughout the process.
Okay.
Overall, kind of like Chief Cochin said tonight, so many of these strategic plans end up just being feel-good documents that, you pat yourself on the back, we're so happy this is here, and then you put it on a shelf and nobody looks at it or cares about it. And so I really want to make sure that this is meaningful. I want to make sure that it's usable. I don't want to pigeonhole people in the future either. I don't want to put, if we do a 5-year strategic plan, if we pick 3 focus areas and a commissioner down the line wants to put a budget item out there, people say, oh, well, that's not part of the 3 focus areas. So I think it needs to be flexible. It almost needs to be a breathing document. And then just as a point of reference, when I was looking through the USF packet, I thought it was kind of funny. I have taken classes with several members of the Institute of Government, Dr. John Daly, Dr. Stephen Neely. And just as a reference, that's what they do every day. They're teaching classes on strategic planning, on, creating these type of surveys, community outreach. So I've had experiences with them in the past and they've all been nothing but positive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticius.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Vincent, thank you very much. I know it's hard and you keep getting things thrown at you and I know you probably wanting to know you should have had your head examined when you took this position with as much as what needs to be done. So thank you for being patient and putting up with us. The concern I have, and you've heard me say this to you privately, I've said it publicly, is manpower requirements. We just added another person in the planning department, but you've got some charter requirements now. The comp plan, the ordinances need to be reviewed. By the time we get done with the comp plan, it'll be time to start reviewing the comp plan over again. We've got the special area plan that we're going to be talking about. So I'm very concerned about making it easy for you if you're going to be the lead.
I appreciate
and
that.
also insulating your staff as much as possible to let them do what they need to do.
Sure.
The other thing I've also said that I'm always concerned about is if we do turn you loose, not direct you, but turn you loose on this process and kind of say, okay, we're going to go down so far and then we're going to decide to bring somebody on board. They look at what we've done over the last 6 months or so. This is probably not the way it should have been done. We could probably use a little bit of this stuff, but not most of it. This is what really needs to be done. So I'm very concerned about wasting your time. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm saying that in a constructive way. So
Understood.
your time is valuable to this commission in what it's doing already. So the USF is soup to nuts. Collaborative Labs is kind of a level of service sort of operation. I would suspect that they would have to have some kind of, or we would have to have some kind of skeleton that we would actually attach them to the various bones and things. Okay, we need this help, his help. But that skeleton is up to us to create, not collaborative lab is not going to do that for us. Okay. So, and I do have experience with the Institute of Government. I did pick up the responsibility at the tail end of the strategic plan back from 1993. Professor Lieberman was there now. I didn't see his name listed. I'm sure he's retired by now. And also the Union Academy neighborhood plan. They did that for us as well, and that was very successful. So they've got, the Institute of Government's got a good track record here in town. I'm pretty sure that if you talk to these local professors, they're going to say that they've been here numerous times before as the collaborative labs, but they would also be looking at it through a different set of lenses. The USF would be looking at it as a soup to nuts, whereas collaborative labs will tell us, well, what do you need? And we're here to help you, as you've already described it. So the strategic plan for me, and I'm not going to comment with what you've done. I think that you've done well. I would say it's a little too broad of a stroke. I think that the horizon is a little short. I would take it out 10 years rather than just the 5, but we need a little more guidance on that. And as far as my response of affordability, if Bel Air can do it, Dunedin can do it, Oldsmar can do it, Safety Harbor can do it, we can do it. And I agree with you that it fits in with the budgeting process. You create a vision. The comp plan is a comp plan. It's a list of needs. It doesn't establish the priorities in those needs. It's policies, goals, and objectives. What the strategic plan takes from that comp plan and says, these are the priorities that you've identified in the comp plan and plus. So I don't want to get into too much with this, but the strategic plan is highly categorical. There's residents, seniors, youth, businesses versus 4 business districts, the downtown, Sponge Docks, US Highway 19, alternate 19. There's the residential districts. There's a 1936 book, Portrait of Eden, which it's a historical fiction, but based on Tarpon. And basically the way they said basically the town was created in the form of a cross, meaning Tarpon Avenue and Pinellas Avenue. And if you look at it that way, those are the 4 different residential districts with different characteristics and needs for each one. And then you go on the sustainability in the broadest sense, social, economic, environmental. And then, of course, there's the needs-based versus the place-based economic development. These are really knowledge-based issues that have to be dealt with. And I know y'all pride yourselves on knowing a lot. I know what I don't know, and I don't know a lot about this. And I would really be thankful for somebody like USF to come in and say, okay, this is what our experience has been. Here's the tradition. And Mayor, you're right. The traditional approach is a good way to go, because I think that would be the greatest and easiest appreciation, not something a little more abstract and quite not clear as far as how are things supposed to mesh in. And I think USF will also, and my experience with USF, they've also been very adamant and said, you don't want to go there. And they'll give you a reason of why you shouldn't go there. We can tell them this is what we want to do, and then they'll give us the pros and cons to each of it, and hopefully we would listen to them or overturn them, but we still would have that as a resource. So my preference would be to pursue the USF for the reasons I stated. I think that you need as much help as you can get in this, and I think that's the best approach. So thank you.
Thank you. Seems like the consensus is to go ESF.
I will work on that for you.
Okay, thanks. But we want to go to public comments on this item. Do we have any public comments on this item? We hear none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jeff, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We now go into the item number 4. Connect Harbor Springs.
Okay, and I'm going to introduce this for you. several months ago, we undertook the process of, we did a short request for proposals to interview and obtain, I'm going to call it an online community engagement platform. And so we interviewed, we had a committee panel, we interviewed 3 different proposers. And the intent was, again, some of it was a response to COVID, but some of it's just taking advantage of latest technology and tools that allow us to engage the public on anything and everything. Y'all have a limited amount of time that you can sit here and receive the public, but we can put things out and receive input 24/7 online in the right platform. So that's where we are. We ultimately selected Engagement HQ, also known as Bang the Table. And we've did a 1-year contract with support to get us kind of through the process. We've set up our initial Connect Tarpon Springs page, and we've got several projects that have already been put up to begin rolling this out to the public. So I'm going to ask Allie Keene, because she's the one that's been working most diligently on this, and she's going to be our point of contact. Allie, if you haven't met Allie yet, she is our senior planner, and she previously has worked with Pinellas County, and she also worked with the city of Columbus, Indiana. So she's all tech savvy more than I am. So I'm going to let her walk through where we are with the site. And ultimately, we would hopefully after we do this, we didn't want to put it out to the public until we could demo it with the board and show you where we're at. And I think you'll like it, I hope. So, Allie, hopefully you can.
All right, I'm going to do some maneuvering here.
Yeah, all right. All right, I'll sit down.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Renee, for my introduction. And thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing us the time tonight to talk to you about Connect Tarpon Springs. This is something that we're super excited about, and we're really looking forward to rolling it out to the public because it really will help us guide some future decision-making with various projects. So as Renee mentioned, Connect Tarpon Springs is an online community engagement project or platform. It basically allows residents and community members to take part and engage in projects that the city is looking to do, as well as future initiatives. This platform is intended to be online, and it is online, which allows people to engage at very convenient times from sitting in their living room or at work, and they can provide their input at that time. This platform is also intended to be complementary to our traditional town halls and public forums. So it's not looking to replace that situation. It's just opening up opportunities for the community to provide input. This allows people that are unable to attend those events to also get their voice heard. So with that, I'm going to walk you through the site that we've put together. There might be a little bit of a lag, so just bear with me when we're clicking through pages. All right, so this is a look at our home page. So when someone visits the site, they'll be brought to this landing site. It's intended to be very simple but informative. Being that this is a new initiative for the community, we wanted to really gauge the initial information on the homepage towards education about what the site is, as well as what we're looking to do with engagement. The very first thing that you'll notice on here is a Get Started button. So in order to take part and participate in any of the online engagement tools, they will need to register on the site. Although it requires you to register, you are completely anonymous when providing your comments, so your name isn't tied to anything. That is because they allow you to identify a unique username that you choose yourself. You do have to have a valid email address, but again, your name doesn't have to be attached to anything, so you can speak freely. On the registration, we have just a few simple identifying questions, really what your connection to Tarpon Springs is. So do you live here, work here, play here? We want to know why you're interested in providing input. And then we also are looking for, if you do live here, what geographic area do you live? Because that can help guide some future surveys in certain areas. So once you're registered on the site, you're ready to get going. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign in so I can have full functionality. And being that I am an admin, it's going to take me to the back side of the site. So just let me flip back over once we do that. All right. Okay, so we're back on our homepage. So when you scroll down the homepage, you'll see this lovely welcome message, this hyperlinks to our About page. That's the initial page that I had pulled up when I was talking about what about our Connect Tarpon Springs is. Again, we were trying to provide education about what this is and the intent of having this platform. Next, you'll see some information about our levels of engagement. So all projects are really different, and depending on what that project is, the level of community engagement is going to vary. So we've identified 4 levels of engagement that range from just informing the public about a future project or initiative to partnering with the community throughout the duration of a project and the planning process. So for every project that we have, you will have indication of what level of engagement we're looking to get for that project. So this is just providing that background information. When you scroll down a little bit further on the homepage, you'll then reach your active projects. Being that we haven't set this site off yet, we only have active projects, but as projects are completed, they'll be able to be archived, so we can always have access to our online platform for those projects. We can also group these in different interest topics. So if we have transportation projects, we can put a group of those up together, land use projects, etc. So each tile represents a different project. And you'll notice that we have 2 different types of projects, some that have an image here, and then the others that are just an information page. Right now, we wanted to put some different various projects on there so the community can see what they can potentially provide input on. So anything that has an image is something that already has an interactive tool built onto it. Anything that's indicated as an information page is just an information page. That can be about a project that is only going to be providing information, such as this Anclote River dredge, because community engagement already took place. Over to an upcoming project like the Sustainability Action Plan. So that will have upcoming engagement opportunities. All right. So once you find a project of interest, you just click on the tile and it will bring you to a project page. All of the project pages are formatted the same way, but all the content that you provide on the page can be customized to the project. This is a look at the Distant Avenue Corridor and Land Use Study. This is one of the more built out project pages that we have to start out with. And there are 3 main areas. There's your project description, which is at the top. Below that are your interactive tools. And then along the right side are a series of widgets. So the description is just that. It's a description of the project. It's intended to be very brief. It also indicates to the public what we're looking to get out of them. Within the description, you can include a map like we did here. You can also put images. You can even have a video describing the project in this location. Looking at the widgets, there are a whole slew of widgets that you can put on the side of this, depending on what you need for the project. The 3 that you see here, the levels of engagement, the stay informed, and then the who's listening, these are probably going to be seen on most project pages. But again, you can customize these as needed. One thing I will note is because I'm signed in, you don't see a big sign up button at the top. If you are not registered on the site or signed in, every project page that you go into will have a big sign up button because we're really trying to gear people to sign up so they engage in the platform. Yes, you only have to register one time and then you can just log in. So moving on to the interactive tools. This platform is really great because there is a wide range of tools that you can use. It ranges from your traditional quick pulls to your surveys, but then you also have opportunities to do brainstorming or ideas walls. You can do mapping exercises, question and answer forums. There's just a whole lot of options that you can have for this platform. For the Distant project, we've set up 3 initial tools. These can change as the project evolves over time. One of the tools that we did was an ideas board. This is really great. It allows people to be creative. You ask a simple question, like what would you like to see along the Distant Avenue corridor? And then you let them go to town and say what they'd like to see. They can post just a text answer. They can put up a sketch, a picture. They can put pictures of other places that they like just to generate ideas for the project. This is also a tool that can allow community members to interact with one another. You can enable options to provide comments. So if you want to comment on someone's idea, you also have the option to allow people to vote or like it. So you can get an idea if there's a lot of support over one idea or the other. The next tool that we have is a quick poll. Quick polls are just very quick, simple questions. For Distant, we have 3 quick polls, and it's all about safety. We have one that says, do you feel safe traveling by car? One's by bike, and the other one is by walking. So this just gives some quick answers and data for us to calculate. The last tool that we have set up here is a brainstorming survey. This is just your traditional survey. This is the beginning of this project, so we're really trying to just get a data dump from people. So this is just 3 open-ended questions that they can take here on this page. What's great about this platform, it allows people to engage in multiple ways. They can choose to take every single opportunity to engage, or they can just choose which one appeals to them at that time. One tool that I wanted to point out that we don't have built out yet, but we intend to use in the future, most likely for the Distant project, is the use of the mapping tool. So I pulled up a site of another community that has the same platform where they utilized a mapping tool. This is for Longmont, Colorado, I believe, and they had a wayfinding and signage plan. They utilize the mapping tool to ask residents where they like to identify and have wayfinding signs. So what this allows is for people to actually drop a pin on the exact location and say exactly what they're thinking. So it may open up. There we go. So you can see all these pins are places that the community identified where they'd like to see a sign. So the last thing, so this pretty much is an overview of a project page. The last thing I wanted to do is just to show you just 2 other pages that we have built out just to give you an idea of some of the range. One being our comprehensive plan update, which we'll be embarking on here shortly. This is one where we have a description about what the plan is, what we're doing, what the update is going to entail. It also is encouraging residents to stay informed. So clicking this tool here to make sure that they can be notified if there's more engagement opportunities. And then we have a very quick survey just to gauge initial input on that. And the last one I will show you is one of our informational pages. And because the theme of the night is strategic planning, I'll show you the strategic plan one. And this again is just an informational site where we have a brief description of what the strategic plan is going to, or the project's going to be. We again encourage the public to subscribe to that page so they are notified of any upcoming opportunities to engage. And then we also indicate that there will be more information coming. So that's just a quick overview of our site. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Welcome to Tarpon Springs. It's nice to have you here. Before we go to commission comments, I'm going to ask the board if we're going to extend the time of the meeting because it's 10:46 right now.
I'd move to adjourn, Mayor.
You adjourn?
I mean, after we get through this presentation and maybe some of the consent agenda, but I don't see going on throughout the balance of the agenda.
We have a couple important things that we need to cover tonight. The affirmation of the new chief. So I will ask for at least half an hour to 11:30. Do I have a motion?
Just before I make a motion, just for the reasoning behind it, I think there's just a few things on the agenda that we got to get through. Obviously, I think item number 21, that's going to require hours of discussion on our end probably. So there's no point in going forward with that. Does our city manager or staff, can they identify a couple of the items that they know we have to get through tonight? Obviously, the consent.
Obviously, we can talk more about this item. We can bring you a part 2 and we can move on from this item. The consent, I had no calls about ahead of time and probably nobody's on to do it. So that should be rather fast. We need to get through the ratification, obviously the executive orders. I suppose we could postpone the sign reading, the second reading to the March 9th because the other one is. And then, the only 2 we got left is adoption of the building code and the smart code. I don't know the adoption of the building code is going to make many questions after the last time, but they should all be fast if we move along with them starting now.
Okay. So
I move to extend the meeting till 11:15.
11:15.
Second that.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you.
Mayor, does that include the ordinances, right, that we need to finish up? Is that right?
Well, we have the time that we allowed, I mean, that we
To do
said
all
is
that.
11:15.
Okay. All right, we'll
So
see how it goes. All right, thank you.
I'm going to go as fast as we can, I guess, but, and I want to thank you for the presentation. Perhaps we can actually call and if there's any more questions, we can get that. But I think it's a great tool. Thank you.
Could we do one-on-one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yep. Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Al.
We
It's
go
a
to,
terrific, it's a terrific piece that you've got, so I want to make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we go to the consent agenda with number 5 is the minutes of July 28, 2020, the regular session. B is August 4, 2020, regular session. C is August 11, 2020, regular session. D is August 13, 2020, budget work session. And E is the August 18, 2020, special session. Number 6 is the attorney fees, Johnson & Johnson. The invoice is 7307. Number 7 is the special event drive-through Easter egg extravaganza. Number 8 is to authorize execution of the state highway lighting, maintenance, and compensation agreement. Number 9 is to authorize renewal of a meter reading and billing agreement with the Harbor Watch. Number 10 is to renew file number 190105 CJL, sodium hydroxide through the city of Boynton Beach, which is the number 015-2821 19TT. And number 11 is the award file number 210087 and JL single source purchase of pumps and repair parts Myers. Number 12 is the award file number 210090. CJL utilizing Sarasota County contract 2020-435 manhole and structural rehabilitation polyurethane coating method category bid number 2019-18 KW. Number 13 is the award file number 210086 and JL public safety health screening. Number 14 is the award file number 210091 and JL single source purchase of flow serve pumps, parts, and accessories. Number 15 is the increase file number 1801 68 CM utilizing source contract number 062916 ORA automobile trucks replacement parts and tires with related equipment, accessories, and services. Any of those items that you'd like to pull? I hear none. Thank you. Is there any comments, any public comments? Is there any commission comments? No, any public comments?
I just want to make sure, you guys going to talk about item 21 tonight? Is that going to be discussed?
We don't know that yet. The time on that is 11:15.
Okay, well, I'm going to take off and I'm going to get on my phone. We talked about the stuff I plan on talking about, so just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
I don't see anybody else here. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
Anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand, sir.
Okay.
And if you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. We have a phone caller, 6084. If you are there, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And they do not seem to be able to unmute themselves. So we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion on the items 5 through 15.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And roll call, please. Roll call.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Number 16 is a lease extension for spoil site. I think this is very straightforward.
My agenda says it's been deferred.
Huh?
My agenda says it's been deferred.
It does?
That's what it says. I could be
It's
wrong.
deferred to March 9th.
Huh?
Deferred to March 9th.
Okay. I guess I didn't get that one. Mr. Trash, do we need a motion on the deferred item?
It's not necessary. The city manager is pulling it off. He's going to just defer it to that particular date. So the answer is no, you don't need a motion to do that. This
Okay.
is not an ordinance or a resolution.
Okay. Item number 17 is the ratification of appointment of Major Young as a police chief and approval of employment contract. Staff report, Mr. Licouris.
Yes, these are the first steps tonight. Obviously, the first thing that I need to do, and first of all, it was a very easy decision. It's the decision that even the people who don't agree with my decision a lot of times are going to agree with this one. It's the ratification of Jeff Young as police chief. By the charter, as you know, I have to bring my selection to this board for approval. It pretty much states for itself Jeff's background, his local background, how he's come up through the ranks, all he's done. And again, it's one of the easiest decisions I've had to make in all of my 40 some odd years to choose him as chief. He's respected by the officers and by the public, as you have seen from some of the comments about this election. So what we have to do is ratify it and approval of the employment contract. The employment contract is the same form of contract that Chief Cochin has, that Chief Young has in the fire department. And it is the same and the same structure that we've agreed to. So the two things you have to do tonight is ratify my selection, approve the employment contract. The next meeting we'll have is swearing in on the 9th to take over as chief of police on March 12th. So I submit to you Major Jeff Young as your next police chief and seek your approval of his employment contract.
Mr. Licouris, thank you. I am very proud and very pleased to say that I know Jeff from the time he was in high school. And at the time he was working for the Total Fitness, so we know each other for many, many years. Major Young is a good person. He loves Tarpon Springs. He has the education, the experience, and he has shown leadership and the ability to lead and to be our police chief. And I believe that he deserves the opportunity to be promoted. Probably, I never got a chance to tell you that, but I am very, very proud of you and very grateful for the things that you were able to do in Tarpon Springs. You are a product of Tarpon Springs, and I am very, very glad to see you to be our next chief. If you please take a few minutes, not too long, just a few minutes, and tell us your goals and objectives and how you're going to continue to move the department forward to a highest level.
Absolutely.
Just a
Mayor.
few words.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, City Manager. First, let me just echo what Chief Cochin and the Mayor and Tom. Today's a sad day also for law enforcement in our community. We had to attend a funeral for Deputy Maglia. Watching his widow, their two young kids, is heart-wrenching. The sheriff is a phenomenal leader. He helped us through our hardest time with Charlie and the death of Charlie. Teresa knows all too well. Our hearts go out to the Maglia family and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office family. Do I love Tarpon Springs? You better believe I do, yes. The 5-year strategic plan that Chief Coaching wrapped up today is very easy for us because Chief involved everybody from the ground up. And it was real, like he said, and I think Commissioner Donovan pointed it out. It's a very easy strategic plan to develop and actually deliver on. And I think that's the best part about it, is our officers from the ground up believe in it. And my job now is just to carry that forward and keep moving with it. Chief, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me. Not only your leadership, but your mentorship and your friendship. It means the world to me. Mark, or you used to call him Chief. And, there's so many people I could thank and say, just thank you to for this opportunity. But the trust that's being placed on me, I know is a heavy burden. Making decisions as the second in command is nothing like making the decisions as the commander. And I understand that. I think our 5-year plan and so forth, I think the biggest thing for us in law enforcement is workforce diversity and getting the members in here. How do we engage the community to develop and build that for the future? But I think Tarpon Springs, we do it better than most. We already engage every day. I mean, under the leadership of Mark LaCourse, the community policing programs that we have, as Chief Cochin pointed out, are touted upon everywhere. We're involved and deep knitted in the community. Our youth center, we're servicing at-risk kids there every day and making a difference in people's lives. And I think that's relevant in our community. You see Tareen Mathis, one of our sergeants, a product of the youth center. And that speaks volumes for what this agency every day does. And I'm watching, the bang your table thing. I think that's going to be a great thing for us to get out our messages of what we do every day in the community, because I don't think people realize it until they see a tragedy like what was put on the news the other day with Deputy Maglio. People don't realize what officers go through every day in their communities. Yeah, we fight crime, we do these things, but we're also there to help every day. And I think we do it as good as any agency, if not better. So to answer your question, Mayor, keep going the way we're going. That's all I'm going to do. And hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes, sir. I am in full support of the city manager's request and his memorandum to put Major Young as the next police chief on March 12th, 2021. As I stated earlier, Tarpon Springs has a really unique relationship with the police department. And I just think this is a great example of how somebody that went to Tarpon Springs High School is now becoming the police chief. And it just goes into the history books, I think, of just one of the great stories that has come out of Tarpon Springs. So soon to be chief, we're looking forward to your leadership and taking over from Chief Cochin. I know you've already taken on his haircut, so I got to give you kudos to that. And looking forward to working with you in the years to come. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Tarpon.
I also am extremely excited about this ratification tonight and looking forward to it being official. Jeff, I told y'all earlier that the first time I met Jeff Young was at my grandparents' call. He responded to, or my grandparents' house, he responded to just what ended up being like some kind of a call that was triggered from their answering machine. Nothing was wrong. But at 15, when I answered the door, Jeff obviously knew where he was going, but he did not know that I would be there. When I answered the door, he knew me by my first name, which to me has always stuck out as something that is community through and through. To know that he was going to my grandparents' house, not knowing I would be there, and to know who I was by name is something that was very, very special to me back then. It still is to this day. So, Chief, just want to congratulate you and very excited about making this ratification tonight based on the city manager's recommendation. So thank you. Congratulations. Looking forward to working with you for years to come.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Major Young. I mean, you've been on the Tarpon Springs Police Department serving our city since before I was born. So to say that you deserve this is an understatement. And I'm excited for you, but I'm even more excited for our city because I know what we're getting in you, and I couldn't be more excited for what you're going to bring to the table. So I appreciate you and congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Tekiris.
Chief Young, I know you're going to get sworn in March 9th, so I want to save whatever kind words. I have absolutely no doubt in you, so none whatsoever. And I think it's a great choice, but I'm going to say more later. I don't have any questions or anything with regard to the contract. I'm just happy you're here. And I think from the comments that you've seen from the residents, you've got the full force of the town behind you. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're going to public comments. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item? Hear none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. We have several raised hands. I'll allow the first one in.
Please connect them.
And we have a phone caller. If you could unmute yourself and please state your name and address for the record. And they seem to be having trouble connecting. We do have another one. I'll try and get this one to work and try the next one in. Yes, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Nicholas Tatus, 1427 Mears. I just want to congratulate Major Young. I agree with the city manager that this probably had to be one of the easiest decisions he's ever had to make, not only because of Major Young's experience, but because of his visibility in the community and the support that he has from the citizens of Tarpon. And we just want to congratulate you and say that we are glad that you're going to be our next chief. So thank you for everything that you do.
And we have the
Hello?
next person online. Yes, if you can please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good evening. Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Now, first off, I would like to commend Major Young for his movement up the ranks and his love for Tarpon Springs, and I know he'll do a good job in following Chief Cochin's footwork. I do have faith in him that he will lead the department in a positive direction, and I hope that he does look at Mr. Kuya's comment about creating diversity. We have many cultures in our city that need to be dealt with, and it would be important to have as many diverse officers as possible. Now, I hate to step on Major Young's toes, but Mr. Alhuz is the mayor. You did not take public comment on Connect Tarpon Springs. And I'm home now, and I look at the website, the city website, and I find no link to Connect Tarpon Springs. So you want people to connect to Tarpon Springs, yet there's no link on the city website. Also, I tried to speak on item 10, which is about the sodium hydroxide. One of the aspects that happened in Oldsmar was the release of sodium hydroxide into their system, and do we have any precautions to prevent any hackers from coming into our water system such that the same thing could occur to us? Because if people are not aware of what sodium hydroxide is, it's a lie. It's a poison. So those are some comments that I tried to get into earlier, but nobody asked for public comments on Connect Tarpon Springs. And when I attempted to speak on item 10 previously, your system did not allow me to come through. So I did want to give you those updates. But in closing, I do wish Major Young and now to be Chief Young. All the best. Good luck. Stay safe. God bless you all. And God bless all our policemen who work hard for us and our firemen who work hard for us to keep us safe and to take care of us. Thank you.
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the ratification and appointment of Major Young.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Looking forward to March 9th.
Thank you. Mayor, we also need a motion to approve the employment contract as well.
Motion to approve the employment contract.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. The ordinance and resolutions, item number 18. This is the resolution 2021-12, ratified executive orders. City Attorney, please read the resolution.
Mayor Commissioners, Resolution 2021-12, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2020-07, extending the declaration of local state of emergency to February 23rd, 2021, ratifying Executive Order 2021-08, and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to March 2nd, 2021, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was reading of Resolution 2021-12 by title only.
Thank you. Are there any commission comments on this item? Hear none. We need a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
Ms. Jacobs, have we, are there any public comments on this item? Hear none. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. It's 11:10. I don't think we're going to have time to do all the others. Unless the wish of the board is to extend the meeting. If not, we're going to conclude the other meeting tonight.
Do we need to defer the ordinances officially, the two ordinances that are next?
The answer is yes, we should do that to avoid having to re-advertise. So it'd be a motion to defer ordinance 2020-40 and ordinance 2020-39 and ordinance 2021-01.
Is it appropriate to name them by agenda items or the ordinance is necessary?
It doesn't matter either way, we'll understand.
Move to defer item 19 and 20
To March 9th.
to March 9th.
Second.
And roll call, please. Oh, excuse me, we need to go to public comments. Do we have any, anyone wishing to speak on this item? On deferring these items? Ms. Jacobs, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor
Thank you.
LaHousas?
We have 3 minutes remaining, so that concludes the regular session agenda. Are there any staff comments? Mr. Licorice, anything that you want to share with us? You got 2 minutes.
No, sir.
Do we have any board comments? None? Well, that concludes the regular session meeting, and it's adjourned at 11:13 p.m. Good night, everybody.
Good night.